You shut the fuck. Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up.
How's everybody doing? I'm just tired. I couldn't fall asleep earlier, so... Could not go to sleep. Let's see. U generation with the 10. What's this?
Hi.
Oh god, a woman.
Hi, it's Monday, November 24th.
Fascist wants you thin. And it's a fat white chick, of course. Yeah, I think they've really realized they overspent. I mean, as long as Candy Crush keeps printing money, it's not that bad for them, but they probably have some regrets. Not only are they doing a free week of Black Ops 7, not like a free weekend, an entire week, but now they're promising to never do like subsequent releases ever again, and I forgot what the other thing was too. Oh, actually innovating, quote unquote. But we'll see what that actually means. Tim Pool's an annoying centrist and pussy, so why the fuck do so many people want him dead? Well, it's the same reason why they went after Charlie Kirk. You know, the dude, for the most part, is pretty moderate by comparison to the rest of the right. But that's the problem, is those are the people who have the biggest potential in order to convert leftists. So, that's why. The center-right guys are unironically the most effective at waking people up to the reality, because most people don't go from, you know, shit-eating lib to a, you know, hardcore conspiracy theorist chud overnight. Like, it's a gradual process. So, the people like Tim Pool and Charlie Kirk are basically like pipelines. That's the reason why. Well, we did the math on Activision Blizzard, and it's like they basically have to operate it as is at the time of purchase for, I think it was 20-something years in order to recoup the money just based purely off of profits. So those profits are going down, which means the timeline of repayments probably even higher now. So the only way they can actually increase, you know, the profits at this point, it seems like, is, you know, just increasing prices or tripling down on mobile, which I don't know how relevant Candy Crush is, like, in real time. I don't really follow the game, but that's their big money maker from Activision more than anything else, because that thing basically is just pure profit. Yeah, we never got that Microsoft mobile store either. So, I wonder whatever happened with that. Where you could play games directly from your browser. That sounds like so much fun, man. That's exactly what everybody was hoping for. Ah, shit. Should have just chucked some grenades. Alright, I took him with me. Saw a meme of scared whites surrounded by Indians at Costco. Yeah, it's basically my reality. Anywhere, though, not even just Costco. The only place is the grocery store that it's not, you know, completely like that. Because they all shop at the discount grocery stores. In that case, they don't eat where the white folks eat. I'm afraid of India. No, I just don't want to be around them. I don't want to be around any foreigners, personally. Cool. Shit. Oh, that's nice. Boo. Jesus, man. Hold on, I gotta check something. All right. There we go. Alright. Check a message on eBay. Some guy, I'm assuming, from China. So he's ordering a card and it's shipping to Oregon, which a lot of the Chinese will ship their cards to Oregon because it's on the West Coast and you don't pay any sales tax and they'll middleman it for you. So they'll like amass like a large quantity of Chinese shipments, bundle them all together, ship it as one package, and then it saves a shitload of money on international, so. But usually it's the Chinese that do that. Dude, Candace Owens has been a fucking retard since day one, so I feel very vindicated in never liking her. I mean, for obvious reasons, no one who's serious at all should listen to Candace fucking Owens for any political take. Period. And no, I will not be explaining why. You can figure it out yourselves. But, yeah. That bitch is fucking retarded. Genuinely retarded. Yeah, personally, I don't really take political advice from the most highly educated demographic, as they like to claim. But yeah. When a black woman speaks, I listen and learn. Well, I do the opposite, man. Yeah, she has an audience because she has, one, amassed a large audience of Facebook moms that, you know, around the time of BLM wanted to prove how not racist they are because they listened to a black woman, you know, spew conservative, quote-unquote, talking points. Because women, even if they're right-wing, still don't want to be perceived as racist or not conforming to the social norms. So, so-called conservative women, which don't really even fucking exist, you know, still are afraid of being labeled as racist or homophobic or whatever. So they will use, like, basically the token content creator to claim, I'm not racist, I love black people. You know, Candace Owens is my favorite political commentator, blah, blah, blah. Like that. So a lot of Facebook moms listen to her, and if you know anything about right-wing Facebook moms, is they're actually, like, genuinely some of the most retarded people on planet Earth. Period. Like, right-wing Facebook moms have to be some of the dumbest fucking people on the face of the earth. They will literally believe anything they read on the internet. So, you know, she not only has that audience of midwittery, but also, yeah, she attracts the lowest common denominator, like, conspiracy theory types. And then also there's a large portion of people in her audience that are just attracted to her. So there's that. She's a woman, so dudes are gonna simp. Yeah, she does believe in we was Kangs. I'm telling you, her end state is gonna be like some black Hebrew Israelite shit. Just wait and see. It's only gonna be a matter of time before she really start, you know, getting on that Shaka Amos shit of, you know, we was the pharaohs. We was the Kangs. We was everything. So that'll be the end state. Again,
they're not sending their best. A very low IQ person.
yeah, right-wing commentators to me are incredibly fucking gay. They need to hire people to put like a fucking cringe filter on their content. Like, honestly, bro, you could probably make a good living if you were just basically a cringe filter for right-wing commentators. Like, you just watch their videos before they upload them and make sure there's no, like, fucking cringe. Alex is the only right-wing commentator I've consistently listened to throughout the years. All the other ones, I can't do it. Like, they're such boomers, bro. Like, that fucking Benny Johnson guy. You guys remember that Office meme? where he like literally put like, I took the song from The Office and put it in the background. This is so funny. Ha 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 ha. And it's like, you just post the fucking meme, bro. If you have to explain what the fucking meme is, it's not a fucking good meme. It's retarded. Like, it's like, dude, you're acting like a 70-year-old man. But I can't stand that dude, honestly. There's just something off about him that makes me mad. Like, something makes me mad about his face. Same with that fucking Ian Carroll retard. But that guy's a leftist. He's not really a conservative commentator. That dude's a lefty. But yeah, there's just something really off about those two, especially. From a pure surface level perspective, I don't trust them. Like, Ian Carroll looks like a white Indian guy, and Benny Johnson looks just... He looks like Senator Armstrong, but gay. If that makes sense. I don't know. It's hard to put my finger on it. Yeah. I'm sure I would last really long in the political commentary sphere. Dude, it wouldn't surprise me if Benny Johnson was gay. Like, honestly, he gives me that vibe. The gaydar goes off. Yeah, the whole Dave Rubin thing is crazy to me. Because here you have a gay Jew, you know, adopting slash, you know, buying children so him and his gay partner can possibly rape it. And of course it was a boy. So yeah, a gay Jew and his husband buy a child.
Either subscribe,
boy,
donate, or get the fuck out.
And if you know anything about gay men adopting little boys, then that should already be an alarm. Well, I have to add the caveat. I can't say that they bought the kid to rape it. You know, it has to be allegedly. Just in case. But the statistics are not on their side. Just put it at that. It's disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. You forfeited the right to have a child as soon as you decided to suck cock as a man. Disgusting. Yeah, gay men only want sons. So why is that? I thought gay men were more in tune with women. Like, wouldn't they want a daughter to queen out with? You know, get their nails done and all that other gay shit? But no, they want to groom a boy to be a cocksucker because gay men can't reproduce. The only way they can is by grooming kids. Same with lesbians, same with trannies. You know, the way they reproduce is grooming other people's kids. Yeah, a single guy is not allowed to adopt kids, but 2 gay men are allowed to pay for a surrogate to sell them a child. Wild. So a normal guy isn't allowed to adopt a child because it's too risky. Because, you know, unfortunately, there's quite a few cases of, you know, pedophiles adopting kids and raping them. But the chance of that happening is far greater with gay men versus straight men. So yeah, let's take 2 gay men and give them children. Genius. We can't give straight men children because, you know, the risk is too high. But 2 gay men, which are the highest offenders, you know, let's give it to them. Some evil shit, man. Very fucking evil shit. Yeah, but that's how backwards our society is it views women as, like, you know, actually good at raising children, which statistically speaking, women are the worst at raising children. A child raised in a single mother household is far worse off than a child raised in a single father household. Women quite literally are incapable of raising children. And that is a age-old stereotype that needs to vanish, that, you know, women are the quote-unquote nurturing ones and the ones that, you know, raise the kids. Nope. Not the case. You're way more likely to kill yourself, get addicted to drugs, you know, be convicted of a crime if you were raised by a single mother. If you're raised by a single father, there's no distinguishable difference versus if you grew up in a 2-parent household. So. Brutal. Let's see. User with the 11 months. FYI, the Asmon bump helped raw fill more than DSP. That's brutal, man. Jeez. Yeah, it's probably going to create a whole new viewership class for the DSP troll content, too. Yeah, most cases of SIDS involve women, not men. So, yeah, women unironically kill their own children. It's like 70% of SIDS cases, which is bullshit, by the way. It just means that the mother killed the child. It's just a nice way of saying it was an accident, quote unquote. But yeah. I think it's like 70% of SIDS cases are caused by women, which is sudden infant death syndrome. Oh no, I fell asleep and suffocated him. Oops. What, buddy? Good boy. Did you finish your chew? Good boy. Oh my gosh. What do you need, man? I mean, we know for a fact that women inherently do not want children either. Like, that's the thing. You know, I pulled up that ranking of, like, what's success in life. And for men, it was, like, having children, having a family, providing for your family, you know, that type of stuff. And women ranked having children dead last as being successful in life. Like, they just straight up don't want kids. So this whole maternal instinct myth needs to go away because it's fake. It doesn't exist. Maybe in some of them it does, but not in most. Most women do not want children. Yeah, they would much rather travel and drink at another trendy restaurant that serves small portion appetizers. Wowie zowie, man, it was so worth it. I can drink wine and eat in a different city. Wow. That's the real meaning of life, guys. Traveling to another city, drinking the same shitty wine, eating the same shitty food, but you're in a different geographic location, so it's so worthwhile. To assume that a couple who wants to adopt is doing out of pure evil versus wanting to give an abandoned child a home just because same sex is pretty narrow, closed-minded, and homophobic? No, the statistics don't lie. Gay men rape the most children. Period. Gay men rape kids at a higher rate than any other group by a lot. Straight men are not allowed to get a child from an adoption clinic because of fears of pedophilia. So me as a straight man cannot walk in and adopt a child, even if I have pure intentions. But two gay men can walk in and adopt a child. Make that make sense. If gay men are the most likely to rape kids, and the reason why single men are not allowed to adopt a child is because they fear for pedophilia, why can two gay men walk in and adopt a child? I'm not saying that every person who does it is doing it maliciously. What I'm saying is it's a massive double standard, and it's insane. Yeah, social workers are the most likely to rape kids. Yup. Social workers and teachers are the most likely people to rape kids, far surpassing the church. The whole church stereotype is to, you know, once again try and undermine Christianity. It's more greatest ally propaganda. So when Hebrewstein, the school counselor, decides to rape another child, it just gets swept under. Just looked it up. Straight men are most certainly allowed to... Okay, go apply for it. Yeah, they have to say that it's allowed. But good fucking luck actually being accepted. Yeah, we also have fair criminal justice as well. But we see how that works out. Everyone's equal under the law, unless you're black or brown, that is, and then you can literally get away with murder if someone says the N-word. Did y'all see that? The guy who stabbed another person got let off because the guy called him the N-word after he stabbed him. The jury in Oregon found him not guilty. Yeah, exactly. A jury of your peers doesn't exist anywhere. There's no such thing as a jury of your peers in a fucking multicultural society.
Slayer. Kill the enemy team to score.
No, a judge can only override a conviction based off of some sort of technicality. But no, if a jury finds you not guilty, the judge can't override that. The only way a judge can override is if, you know, you're found guilty, but there's some sort of technicality that disqualifies the ruling. So, yes, but no. Man, he called me the N-word after I stabbed him. He done deserved that shit. You gotta let me go, man. I didn't do nothing. Shit, the white man always trying to keep a brother down. Like, holy fuck, dude.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Yup, they cry out as they strike you, so it's incredible. Truly incredible. Hence why modern life is so expensive. You basically have to pay to keep away. I don't know if the next Halo game's even gonna exist, to be honest. We'll see. Because they're re-releasing Halo 1, which that's gonna suck. So we already know that's gonna be a bust. No multiplayer. Just the campaign, again. Woohoo. Can't wait. But then God only knows how long it's gonna take them to make the next game. They're not exactly fast. Unfortunately, it seems like Master Chief Collection is the last hurrah, bro. It's over after that. This is it. The MCC is the last hurrah of Halo. Probably because they can't monetize it, that's the reason why. So they'd rather just not have a multiplayer that's not heavily monetized than include multiplayer of some sort. Like, why would you want to give out a game that has multiplayer with no, I guess, downstream monetization opportunities? Well, dude, there's no homes in DC to own for the most part. It's pretty much all apartments. And on top of that, that number's heavily skewed because of a large number of high earners, which skews everybody else's earnings to the right. Good boy. Good boy. So, you know, if you have 10 people, one person makes $1 million, the rest of them are unemployed, the average income is 100 grand, so. Averages aren't always the best indicator. Let's see. Rogue Dio with the 5. Since we're on the topic, watch. Hopefully there's no trannies. New It's a Gundam video. It's about woman-splaining and how they ruin gaming. It's dumb how these people justify their job. Yeah. They don't have real jobs. It's all just a daycare. It's all just a daycare for women to prevent them from having children. Or if they do have children, it basically eats up their salary. So they can pay people significantly less. It increases housing prices and cost of living. And on top of that, they're either, you know, barely scraping by with 1 or 2 kids or having none at all. Keeping replacement rate well below 2.1. Gotta get rid of those pesky whites. Damn, that went through the fucking over. Man. That's brutal, dude. Ah, shit. Man. Dude, it's not where did the sanity go, it's where did the white people go. Look at the percentage white population of Virginia over the years. Like, that's all you have to look at. Honestly, it explains everything. As the average percentage of white people in the United States goes down, the more leftist everything gets. Shocking. Why do they want us gone again? I don't know. Yeah, but the Northeast has always been that way. The New England area has always been ultra fucking lefty for the most part. So that's always been a bubble, but that's also a very... The Northeast is a very small population center, you have to remember too. There's very few people that actually live in those states. They're tiny. So... they're just like a small little bubble. But the thing is, it's easy to vote for like diversity and open borders and all this other shit when you live in a 95% white state because you don't ever have to deal with it. You know, you're like, oh, what's wrong with that? I don't mind it. It's like, yeah, because you don't live in it. Shocking. Person who doesn't deal with the problem doesn't understand what the problem is. Nice. There we go. Well, yeah, the thing is in theory, like the Northeast or New England area is the prime candidate for how socialism could work. You have a small, you know, population of homogenous whites who all share similar beliefs and, you know, goals for society. Like, you could actually have a leftist socialist society in the New England area, and it probably would succeed because they have no diversity. So, you know, our greatest strength is, you know, also our greatest weakness, apparently. But yeah, it's very easy to vote for a bunch of leftist policies because you'll never feel the ramifications for it because you don't have the parasite populace that just sits
awesome.
around
Thanks,
doing
nigga. All right.
that leeches off of all your social services, your welfare, you know, your medical fucking, like, all of that doesn't affect you. But then you look at a state like Texas or California or New York, which is just flooded with, you know, illegal immigrants and diversity. You know, those states could never implement something like that because 40 to 50% of the population would just sit there and do nothing. They would just sit there and leech off the system, which they pretty much already do now. So, you create this parasite class of society that once it gets to a certain size, you know, crashes the entire system. And it creates housing shortages, and it creates low trust societies. It creates massive fucking welfare drains. It increases your taxes. It rips apart communities. You know, it's like your safety goes down. You know, now you have to pay for private school because you don't want to send your kid to a school with a bunch of gang members and shit. So... yeah, so if you're curious what's happened in Virginia, this is all you need to know. And this is only up to 2012, keep in mind. It's probably way fucking worse now. So, you can see. 10 or a 12% drop in those 22 years. It's probably closer to 50-something% now. Let's see, 2020. Yeah, 2020 census, 58% white. 58% white. So there you go. There's the reason for why it used to be a red state. I've shown y'all the map of the election where it's like, you know, what would happen if only white men voted in the presidential election. Trump would have won every single state except 2. Oregon and Washington State. The two most cucked states in the United States. So, that is the country that our founding fathers left us. Is only white men of means being allowed to vote. That was the vision. So, don't let anyone gaslight you into believing it's anything else. The United States, as it was created, no longer exists. Post-1960s, it's over. Well, dude, what's happening in South Africa right now is the power grid's starting to fail. Did y'all hear about that? Apparently now in South Africa, you know, nobody's left who knows how to work on the power grid. So they're having massive power outages in various regions because they got rid of all the white people. Thought the native engineering talent would be able to figure that one out.
You're fucking poor!
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Sad because Africa could have been a nice place. It's not even just the greedy governments at this point. It's, you know, certain areas need to be ruled with an iron fist. You know, certain countries are not capable of ruling themselves. Like, look at the Middle East, for example. Every single time you try to have any form of democratic government, it's a massive fucking failure. The only way those countries are effectively run is by, you know, basically a dictator. So, and unfortunately, the native talent in Africa for dictators is pretty weak. So, the only way that Africa would ever thrive is under foreign occupation. There's not a single African nation that's improved post-colonialism. Why is it that the United States, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, you know, all of those places actually improved post-colonialism, or, you know, places like Saudi Arabia or, you know, Dubai and places like that? All of those places actually improved. You know, Japan, China, all of those places have improved after the British or whatever colonial power left. It's only the African nations that can't get their shit together, so it's kind of just the reality is they're never going to be able to achieve. Because the thing is, too, people don't remember is when the Europeans arrived in Africa, the Africans hadn't even gone through the fucking Bronze Age yet. Like, they're tens of thousands of years behind the rest of humanity in terms of development. We basically took the equivalent of cavemen and introduced them to modern technology and then expected them to run the show. It's like, no, they never even, like, arrived at these scientific advancements on their own volition. So, yeah, you can't expect, like, a caveman to, you know, be handed a laptop and know how to fucking code. I mean, it's kind of a, you know, just exaggerated, I guess, analogy, but it's, you know, kind of the same premise. These societies have never actually advanced to anything on their own. So to act like they can, you know, become a modern, technologically advanced, self-sustaining society is retarded. They quite literally don't have the capacity. So the only way it's going to be able to be maintained is through foreign occupation. And that's kind of the reality. Yeah, they have to hire the Chinese to come in and fix all their, you know, failing European infrastructure. I mean, I always shell this documentary, which I'm sure probably everybody's interested who's heard about it, has watched it, but that Empire of Dust documentary is truly telling. Like, if you want to see the reason why things don't work over there, just, you know, watch that documentary. Yeah, it's all so tiresome. You know, don't take it from a white guy, take it from a Chinese dude who's literally working over there. You know, being hired by the African governments to come in and build railroads. Well, the Chinese just want to take their rare earth minerals. That's all they care about. So they build this temporary infrastructure to basically rape the lands, and then they'll pull out and then it'll all collapse. So, and then you have people like Mr. Beast that basically create pet projects. Which, when I say pet, I mean it in the literal sense. You create, like, literal population of, like, African pets. Because they're not self-sustaining. But you go in there and inject a bunch of money. You know, introduce a bunch of free food and free water and all this other shit. So they all start reproducing a bunch. But none of them actually know how to attain more water and more food. So it becomes like basically your puppy has puppies, so now you have to spend even more money on dog food. And then it just keeps snowballing, because the puppies don't know how to hunt. They don't know how to grow food, so they're still reliant on you. So the more puppies you bring into the world, basically, the more money you're going to have to keep spending to maintain their population. And the less they have to work to maintain their population, the more children they're going to have, which increases their population even faster. So you essentially snowball this population problem of just having this massive group of people that genuinely have no real reason to exist, other than the fact that they're being, you know, injected with foreign aid. So once that foreign aid stops, they all either starve or die of thirst. So...
1 minute
It's actually doing more harm than good long term. And that's the ironic part about charity. It oftentimes does more harm than good because you enable people. You enable all the bad behavior and, you know, don't light the fire of necessity under their ass to evolve and adapt. And invent. I mean, you hear, like, the stories of, like, Caesar's army building a bridge in, like, 2 days so they can continue marching. Or building entire fortresses with multiple sets of perimeter walls in a matter of weeks. And then you look at Africa, and it's like, they don't even know how to dig a well. They don't even know how to build a bridge. Like, there's something missing there. And that was 2,000 years ago. Well, dude, for just a penny a day, you can... Remember the fucking Israel commercial? Where it's like, there's a Holocaust victim starving in Israel. For just $2, you can feed a starving Holocaust survivor. It's like... Oh my god. Like, they would have you believe that Israel is like this impoverished nation where people are just fighting to survive. It's insane, man. Let's see. Raging Boar with the 2. What is this? Oh, music. Alright. And let's see. Chaka Chaka Gaming with the 8. Did you hear Nick Fuentes admitted to being unspoiled on Piers Morgan? Still hope for you, Griff. Oh, yeah, dude. Definitely. Absolutely. Ukraine shouldn't even exist, in my opinion. I say we give it to the Russians and sign an extraction deal with them where we take a share of the resources and they keep the territory. Schizo Garcia with the 2. The funny live streamer from New... Oh, the subscribe to PewDiePie guy? Yeah. And let's see. Sean Combs, intern with the 5. Got something you and all of chat should see. Boar will link. What am I supposed to... I'm not... Like, what do you want me to pull up a picture of a random dude for? Okay, congrats. Like... You can click that if you want in the chat. I don't give a shit. I'm not gonna take the time to pull that up. I don't fucking care. Ain't beating the Indian allegations. My dream is not to open a chain of 7-Elevens and sell nearly expired food to the urban youth. Griffin has to visit the poo throne? Fuck no. Dude, I'm not going anywhere near that. Dude, the greatest PR damage to India that ever existed was just giving Indians internet access. Which is what's so funny. I mean, I remember how India was like advertised and shit as like this mystical, mysterious, ancient land of wisdom and food and cool sights and stuff. But it's like the second you get past the like literal tourist propaganda, it's like an open air dumpster. It's just an open air dumpster. And it's everywhere. You know, the Google Earth game where you go to any spot in India and try to find trash. Because the lowest, this is kind of the paradox, is the lower the quality of living that you have in your country, the higher the birth rate. Because, you know, those countries are predominantly agrarian, so you need children for free farm labor. That's basically the reason for why birth rates are so high in poor countries, is because there's a high infant mortality rate. On top of that, you need free labor to work the farm or the family business or whatever, and children are an easy way to do that. So you have 5 kids, eventually you'll have 5 farm hands that you don't have to pay. So the more developed a nation gets, the less children they have. Because people just want to consume. You know, they'd rather go on another fucking slopcation than raise a family. Give your hard-earned money to pay for your parents' rent. Why would I do that? It's my money. Dude, the gayest book I had to read in school was The Pioneer Cat. Holy fuck, man. I hated that book. Pioneer Cat. Fuck that, dude. That shit genuinely pissed me off. I remember it was in the 2nd grade, and my teacher, like, I used to piss her off so much. Because I would constantly complain about that stupid fucking book. Pioneer Cat. Yup, there it is. 9-year-old Kate Purdy is traveling from Missouri to Oregon by wagon train, and she's worried about Snugs, the pretty cat who took a shine to her and decided to come along for the ride, even though there were no pets allowed on the wagon train. Yeah, dude, that shit was so fucking bad. That shit was so bad. I hated that book as a kid. But that's what school does to children. It's like they force you to read a bunch of slop, which makes you hate reading for the rest of your life. But yeah, my teacher made us like decorate like our own little, you know, paper cutout of a fucking cat, which I've never liked cats. My entire life, I've never liked cats. So we had to like cut out like a fucking paper cat and like draw the cat. And then we had to make a journal. Every single day, we had to have this journal where we had to write down our imaginary adventures with our own pioneer cat. It was the gayest shit ever, dude. It was so fucking gay. Yeah, I never really liked kid-specific books that much. I'm trying to think. Like, I remember, what was the one? Shit. I'd have to look it up. There was one, like, that people in my class were, like, obsessed with. I don't remember. book? Let's see. It's gonna dry. It's had something to do with a train car. I remember that. Oh, okay, the Boxcar Children. That fucking dog shit. Then what was the other one? Oh yeah, the Magic Tree House. Okay, yeah, I remember that one too. That one I didn't like. I didn't like any of those, personally. The only, like, kids book I guess I read was, like, Harry Potter. And then, trying to think what else would be, like, kids book. I don't know. I didn't really read many kids books. No, I never read Percy Jackson. So see, like, I like historical related stuff, but I hate historical fiction. Like, I absolutely fucking hate when they take, like, historical or ancient, you know, storylines or characters and then apply them to the modern age. I think that is one of the gayest fucking types of media out there. So, I like period pieces. I don't fucking like modernized ancient storylines. So, I'm much more of a period piece person. I filtered the word fat? I don't think so, PK. I'm pretty sure anybody can type the word fat in the chat. Unless YouTube has added that to the, yeah, there's somebody just put it in the chat. There you go. Not filtered. Stay salty. You don't like the first couple Assassin's Creed games? No, 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 no. I said I like period pieces. I don't like historical fiction where they bring, like, historical characters or storylines into the modern age. I like
You shut the
period
fuck! Don't you
pieces.
fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
If it's representative of the actual time that those stories and, you know, characters would have originally been, you know, based on, I don't mind it. But if it's, you know, a modernized version of those characters and stories, I don't like them. Let's see. Ascendant Seal with the 10. Mute PK for being fake and gay. Alright. He gone. And Anabolic plays with the 2. PK is Indian. That's right. It's time for his curry break.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Oh, that fucking piece of shit jumped in front of me. Schizo Garcia with the 2. Everyone type in the chat. PK is a stupid snicker. Yeah, you're not you when you're hungry. Oh, speaking of that, I saw this, which we were talking about this the other night about why, you know, the original Gladiator was so good compared to the original. I saw this. Hold on. Let me pull it up. But yeah, basically, long story short, it's because Russell Crowe forced Ridley Scott to stop making it dog shit. And this time around, he did not have the ability to do so. Here, watch it real quick.
I think the recent sequel that, you know, we don't have to name out loud is a really unfortunate example of even the people in that engine room not actually understanding what made the first one special.
This is this is like the problem with every piece of new media.
It wasn't the pomp, it wasn't the circumstance, it wasn't the action, it was the moral core. And the thing is, there was a daily fight on that set. It was a
a daily fight is basically what I heard. It's like, you know, Russell Crowe would literally threaten to quit. He would like physically fucking assault some, like, he got like nasty on the set of the original Gladiator because Ridley Scott kept trying to make a shitty movie.
Daily fight to keep that moral core of the character. The amount of times they suggested sex scenes and stuff like that for Maximus is like, you're taking away his power. But what are you talking about? So you're saying at the same time he had this relationship with his wife, he was fucking this other girl? What are you talking about? It's crazy. The women in Europe, when that movie started coming out, I would be at, you know, restaurants and they'd come and talk to me, go, what's going on? It's like, hey, it wasn't me. I didn't do it. You know? I think the recent
But yeah, Ridley Scott's always been a hack, unfortunately. But yeah, Gladiator was good despite him, not because of him. You know, apparently Russell Crowe was like the one who actually directed the movie for all intents and purposes because, you know, it's like basically what happened with the Witcher TV show. You know, Henry Cavill would threaten to quit all the fucking time every time they tried to veer off the source material. And eventually he just had enough. He's like, yeah, fuck this, I'm out. So... look at what he did to Napoleon. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That movie is a disgrace. I will never watch it.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Oscar Wasky with the 5, and now Henry Cavill is working to get a Warhammer show off the ground. Here's hoping it does well, and it takes place during the Horus Heresy. I think it's taking place after, is my understanding. It's gonna take place after that, and like directly after. But it's going to be made by Amazon, so who knows if it's going to be good or not. I mean, if Rings of Power is anything to go off of, you know, hopefully Henry Cavill's the one making the creative decisions. Yeah, well, Henry Cavill actually has emotional range. Keanu Reeves is about as exciting as a drying, you know, strip of paint. So... Man of Steel is one of the few superhero movies I actually like. So, I think he did well on that. I don't like the Matrix movies overall. The first one's okay, the second and third ones are awful. So, the third one especially was terrible. But I didn't really like them that much. There's like maybe 5 minutes of interesting shit that happens in the first. But I don't know, man. Not really my cup of tea. I don't know, I just didn't really find the Matrix to be that profound. You know, I'm not a Zog slop consumer who just, you know, takes everything at face value, so it wasn't like some profound, like, oh my god, it's just like our real life. It didn't have that impact on me. Damn, bro, it's cold. Oh, there's one. Dude, I fucking hate this shit. Now all of a sudden I'm like actually tired. I tried to go to sleep from like 4 until like 11 and I couldn't fall asleep. I was just laying there. Just close your eyes. It doesn't work that way. Much better.
Game
Slept all day yesterday because of a shit headache. Yep, I've been there recently. Those are bad. But luckily, the best thing to do is just sleep it off.
Gain the lead.
Thoughts on the Chronicles of Riddick? Not really for me. They were okay. They could have been a lot better. See, the type of movie I like to shut my brain off to is like something like, I guess, like Fast and Furious, like The Transporter, like the Oceans movies, like kind of like heist movies, I guess is a good way to put it. Kind of like movies that revolve around heists and shit. Those I don't mind, but I don't know, like kind of just slop action movies I've kind of gotten burnt out on. He bought the rights to the Riddick movies, but has done, or hasn't, who did? Oh, Vin Diesel? Yeah, I didn't know he owned the rights to the movies. But I guess that makes sense. Oops. I was reading. I did Riddick in 2013, but I think he's too old now. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, how old is Vin Diesel? He's got to be having a hard time maintaining the muscles even with the steroids. $57? Yeah. He's definitely past his physical prime, that's for sure. Yeah, The Rock is shrinking. He probably got told by his doctor, if you keep taking all these steroids, your heart is just going to fail, which actually is true for most people that take steroids. Their heart just gives out. It's like taking Ozempic. It thins the layers of the heart so that you have increased rates of heart failure. Well, dude, yeah, you too can look amazing at 50 with the world's greatest plastic surgeons at your disposal, so. All you need is regular liposuction, facelift, tummy tuck, you know, BBL maybe, boob job, you name it, so. There's a million different ways to look younger than you actually are. Granted, you have the money to do so. No, Ozempic doesn't starve you. Ozempic shuts down your, like, hunger. Like, food no longer tastes good to you, basically. You have basically no desire to eat. And that's why it works. It's yet more proof that, you know, just not eating will help you lose weight, but the problem is people can't say no to food, so that's why everybody's fat, not because of, oh, I need to take a pill or some shit. Whatever it is, an injection, I think. Damn, man, I could probably lay down on my desk right now and fall asleep. I'm getting really tired. I just need this illness or whatever to go away. I actually kind of feel a little bit better today on that front. The video you sent will wake me up. I don't know if I wanted to. I don't know if I wanted to. If anyone can make a runaway success like COD fail, it's my... Yeah. I mean, they've done it with all their IPs, so... Gears, Halo, Forza Motorsport's gone completely. I mean, Horizon remains, but... the main Forza series and original developers are gone. So... it's brutal, man. Dude, I may have to get off early tonight and get some sleep. Jeez. It's hitting me like a freaking ton of bricks right now. Of course. I mean, I've been awake. How long have I been up? I don't even know. For a while. Let's see. Don't fight the sleep demon? It's not even that. It's just... I literally could not... I was laying in bed pretty much all afternoon. Undisturbed. And I just couldn't fall asleep. Yeah, I have to think about it. I've been awake... I want to say maybe getting close to 40 something hours. I woke up at like 7:30. And that whole day I didn't sleep. So 9. Yeah, about 40 hours. So it's been about 40 hours since I last slept. Yeah, it's like you get to a certain point of being tired where you just, you don't feel tired anymore. Like today while I was working, I just didn't feel tired. And then when I was done, I didn't feel tired, so I was just laying there. That's it. Yeah. Sorry. I'll do better next time. Let's see. What was the other video? Oh, yeah. Let's see. Women don't owe you shit. You're right. You aren't even capable of owing anything because you're property. Women don't owe us shit because how could property owe you anything in the first place? You already own them. Checkmate, feminists.
Hi, it's Monday, November 24th, 2025. Welcome to Why America? I'm Legion Miller. I don't know about you, but my For You page has been dominated by discussions about the rise in popularity of extreme fitness, perpetuated partially by the current press tour for the second installment of the
Extreme fitness. Ooh. Obviously, you haven't been taking any advice from said content.
Wicked franchise. Many people have noted the extreme change in body fat percentages of the cast members, specifically Ariana Grande, Cynthia Erivo, and Michelle Yeoh, all of whom appeared on red carpets recently looking especially gaunt. This has sparked a larger conversation about how extreme thinness is actually reinforced and perpetuated by fascism, and that it is no coincidence that
By fascism. Okay, Chunky.
that thin is once again in, now that we have a fascist regime controlling the government. But is that true? Is there really a massive government conspiracy to keep women thin and hungry so that we can't fight back when the revolution comes? Commentary about
Thin and hungry so you can't fight back? No, you're gonna be fat and winded. What the fuck are you talking about? A fucking bunch of fat, tubby bitches are way less likely to fight back than skinny women who are, you know, actually capable of moving.
Bodies online tends to trend towards black and white thinking. And I think
fat hogs like you are going to get winded after you run up a flight of stairs.
that is also happening here. It also tends to ignite a firestorm of back and forth, of debate, in a way that few other subjects online tend to do. I made one offhanded single-sentence comment in a video a couple weeks ago about how I don't like diet culture because I think there are better things to be doing than starving yourself, and y'all had more to say about that single line than about the entire rest of the video, and there's a lot to unpack there, which we'll get into. So I wanted to get to the bottom of this.
Yeah, because it's a cope. You're fat. You're fucking fat. Dude, fat people who complain about diet culture are literally just coping. That's literally just a cope. Fat people who complain about diets are literally just coping. She's fat!
This discussion and figure out correlation versus causation, cause and effect. Are we all getting more obsessed with thinness because of the fascist takeover in the White House? This headline from CNN caught my...
When is the fascist takeover actually going to occur? You know, I'm waiting. Oski with the 2. Here's 2 shekels for you to get some sleep. Yeah, I'll probably wrap up kind of early tonight.
That's right! That's
I'll probably try to sleep an hour or 2, at least.
Cynthia Erivo shields Ariana Grande from barrier jumping fan. It is this video that has helped to spark the discussions about thinness and fascism online. Using the Ground News browser extension, I can see that in the US, CNN is considered left-leaning. To get the big picture, I can click on full coverage, which will show me coverage of the same story.
Nobody cares.
Or my link below at ground.news/Legia for 40% off. Around a lot lately, I think for good reason, but people tend to dismiss it as just an epithet that doesn't mean anything anymore because we use it as a label for everything. And the reality is that fascism is hard to define. It doesn't fit into a box like other isms tend to do, and it is entirely dependent on the state in which it arises. Robert Paxton's book, The Anatomy of Fascism, helps to give us a kind of definition. Under Paxton's interpretation, fascism is a mass anti-liberal, anti-communist movement, radical in its willingness to employ force, where nationhood
Based.
and membership in a dominant class is put above all else, and where national unity and distinction from a class of deplorable others is reinforced by the state. And by
You're speaking my language.
liberal, he didn't mean liberals like we use the term in modern United States, like liberals versus conservatives. He meant the term like liberalism to mean liberal economics, the idea of unrestricted free trade, a la neoliberalism, or what some might call globalism today. So an anti-liberal, anti-communist, pro-nationalist
Judaism, in short.
movement that revolves around membership to a prescribed group, and anyone outside that group is seen as a threat, as others in need of elimination in one way or another. The unique thing about fascism is that it matters where it develops, because 1930s Germany was far more susceptible to the argument in favor of putting the nation above the individual, whereas 2020s United States, fascism is wielded by appealing to the rugged individualism that is so ingrained in US culture. But the pieces are all there. There's the tariffs to reinforce protectionism and bring back manufacturing and fight against globalization. There's the radical willingness to use force exhibited on January 6th, 2021, and perpetuated in our streets every day now by a growing Gestapo made up of untrained, militarized, masked men who kidnap people off the streets as our government cheers. And those people being taken, the immigrants, the others, seen as such a threat to the nation, the sense of nationhood that they claim is being eroded by our open borders, are being constantly vilified and stereotyped in seemingly never
They're not citizens. They don't have rights. They don't belong here.
ending propaganda pumped out
It's that simple.
by the government. The pieces are all there. Robert Paxton himself, after January 6th, determined that Trump's regime can rightfully be called fascist, okay? So it's important to take a moment to acknowledge that it is not an overstatement to call Trump a fascist or his regime fascist. Leading scholars of fascism use the term to describe...
Dude, I wish Trump was a fascist. We'd be living in a perfect world with sunshine for breakfast and rainbows for dessert. You know?
this regime. We are not being hyperbolic when we are saying that we are living under an increasingly fascist regime, okay? And it is true that historically, fascist regimes like Hitler's, like Mussolini's, placed a lot of emphasis on bodies, on the physical human form as a symbol of nationhood. Arno Breker was Hitler's favorite sculptor, and he helped create the mythology of the Aryan race in Nazi Germany. Perfectly proportioned, lean, muscular male figures, and slender, athletic women. The agile, athletic...
Wait till she finds out about the Greeks and the Romans.
Body ideal was directly tied in Nazi propaganda with the strength and health of the nation, which was a really enticing image in a country that was struggling to regain its strength after World War I. The first president of the Weimar Republic in Germany between World War I and the rise of Hitler, Friedrich Ebert, was photographed in a bathing suit next to Defense Minister Gustav Noske, and the two were openly mocked for years afterwards because of how unfit they both looked. The public seeing this as a metaphor for the weak and flabby state of the government of Germany after the First World War. Of course, Hitler himself wasn't exactly the model of perfect athletic Aryan beauty, but we've all seen Trump in his golfing whites. That doesn't really seem to matter. As Robert Paxton told the New York Times, quote, focusing on leaders, Paxton has
Well, Hitler was also in grave physical shape when he was young, but was injured during the war, so he had a little bit more of an excuse than you, for example.
Held is a distraction when trying to understand fascism. What you ought to be studying is the milieu out of which they grew, Paxton said. For fascism to take root, there needs to be an opening in the political system, which is the loss of traction by the traditional parties. He said, there needs to be a real breakdown. Fascist movements succeed, Paxton wrote, in environments in which liberal democracy stood accused of producing divisions and decline. That was true in post-
Well, it's not that it's accused of producing divisions and declines. It's responsible for divisions and decline.
World War I Germany, and it sure as hell is true today in the United States, where income inequality is at an all-time high, and people are going bankrupt just trying to pay for housing, food, education, childcare, and medical bills, you know, the basics to keep themselves alive. The MAGA movement has capitalized on this desperation and directed it into hatred for their chosen other, immigrants. And much like the current milieu in the United States is ripe for fascism, it's also ripe for the re-emergence of the heroin chic aesthetic. But the thesis that I would like to present to you today is that while I think it serves the fascist agenda, I think that this is merely a happy coincidence for the fascists and not the result of some vast fascist conspiracy. Because it turns out we've been policing bodies and weight for a long, long time, and that policing serves not to uphold fascism, but instead to uphold the various ideologies that happen to serve fascism, like eugenics, the patriarchy, and neoliberalism. And listen, I can already picture the comment section. Some of you...
Is she actually fucking dense? Does she not realize that fucking fatties are literally the side effect of unchecked capitalism? You know, fat fucks are literally the result of end-state capitalism, where people prioritize endless consumption over anything else. You know, people like her are as fat as they are because they just consume all day. So this is kind of ironic.
May think it's really not all that deep. In fact, I went unwillingly into the bowels of Reddit to understand some of this health-based body policing ideology, and I found myself in a subreddit called Fat Logic, which as far as I can tell is a community of 35,000 weekly visitors who see themselves as healthy or aspiring to be healthy and promoting health and feel that they are diametrically opposed to what they call FA.
I don't understand how health is like a negative thing, so endless consumption until you eat yourself into obesity is somehow preferable to being fit and in shape and healthy. I mean, this is like insane fucking cope, bro.
Or fat activists who are engaged in, quote, lengthy diatribes about how everything is society's fault, according to the page's About section, quote, falling victim to fat logic.
Obviously, she's upset that only black guys have matched with her on Tinder. Let's keep it $1.50.
Means accepting misinformation.
Dude, that's like one of my favorite memes. It's like, yeah, I know I need to lose weight now. A black guy just hit on me at the supermarket. It's like, bro, how do white women know when it's time to lose weight? Black men start hitting on them.
That will harm efforts to keep your body at a healthy weight or lose weight if you need to do so. There is so much to unpack about this, but I noted some common objections that these health warriors have.
Yeah, the Jamaicans love them, you know, chunky like spoiled milk.
Added to so-called fat activists equating thinness with fascism, because I have seen these same ideas swirling all over the place online, including in my own comment section. Those objections include that it's not that deep. Not everything has to be political. Though I feel like if you're watching my content, you probably already understand that nothing happens in a vacuum and everything is political if you just take a second to rub two brain cells together and think about it. That's not to say that everything is a conspiracy, but everything exists within society, and the way that we think and feel about ourselves and our bodies is absolutely influenced by the society we exist in. To pretend otherwise is willfully ignorant. Okay, and then a lot of the other arguments.
How do you feel about your body? You're fat and you're covered in tattoos. Obviously, you're not happy with your body. Shaka Gaming with D3. Would you win in a fight? Wait, who would win in a fight? You or probably Dreamcast guy. Bro, he lived on the street, so being homeless, he probably learned how to, you know, at least somewhat defend himself, I would assume. So, Dreamcast guy probably has that, like, retard, you know, homeless guy type, you know, fighting strength. So, yeah.
They had against the idea that thinness serves fascism, I think stems from this idea, which again I've seen all over the internet, that there is a very strict binary here. Anyone who isn't preaching the gospel of maintaining a healthy weight is instead advocating for everyone to be so immobilized by their obesity that they can hardly get off the couch, which is also, I think, a willfully ignorant interpretation of the body positivity movement. Is there problematic behavior within the...
Let's just look this up real quick. What percentage of U.S. is overweight? Actually, let's do U.S. adults is overweight. 74%. 74% of U.S. adults are overweight. 30% are considered overweight, and 44% are considered obese. But yeah, check your fascism at the door, guys. Losing weight is literally what Hitler wants you to do. And you know what's kind of ironic about that? It's like literally, what did Hitler's like #1 priority, you know, in his fascism? It was literally to, you know, propagate the German people. Like he wanted his people to be happy, healthy, and have lots of children. So I don't understand how that could be perceived as negative. Maybe we need to adopt some fascist ideologies then, according to this dumb bitch.
Online body positivity movement as well? You bet your ass there is. But from my experience, consuming that content for literally a decade at this point, whether I wanted to or not, the general idea that is most often touted by people in the body positive community is that a person can be healthy while not fitting the stereotypical ideals of what a healthy body should look like. That the
False. That's cope.
BMI scale doesn't actually dictate a person's lived experience in their own body, because some people
That's cope.
can feel fine and have perfectly healthy test results and exist and function normally and still be considered
What test results? Not when you step on the fucking scale.
obese on the BMI scale. That thin people who do fit the body ideal could be incredibly ill. That judging a person's worth based on the size of their body is problematic, and that there is discrimination that happens against fat people because our society has placed certain levels of worthiness.
Fat people are unhealthy. There's not a single circumstance where a fat person is healthier than if they were at their normal weight. That is such a fucking lie. Like, this is pure fucking cope. You're fat, you're unhealthy, deal with it. That's fine if you want to be fat, but stop lying about it. You're just lying to try and make yourself feel better because you're fucking you're unhappy in your own skin. You're insecure about it. It's obvious. You know, this is why people don't like fat women, but nobody has a problem with fat guys. You know, fat dudes are pretty chill for the most part, but fat women look for every reason to fucking act like a bitch.
Onto people. That calories in versus calories out doesn't capture the whole picture of a person's weight and health. That things like poverty, childhood trauma, and mental health disorders and autoimmune disorders that are especially in women, criminal.
Like, you walk up to a fat guy, he'll be the first person to make fun of himself for being fat. You walk up to a fat woman and dare imply that she's unhealthy. You know, they launch the entire fucking catalog of, you know, name calling at you, making excuses. It's a thyroid problem. So, yeah, fat guys aren't living in denial over the fact that they're fucking fat. You know, but fat women make it their mission in life to make everyone as fucking miserable as they are.
Understudied and misunderstood play a huge role in someone's weight and someone's ability to lose weight or gain weight or maintain a healthy weight. At its best, the body positivity movement helps to complicate the conversations we have around weight and health because it's not black and white, and we actually know very little relatively about nutrition and how the body works, despite all the advances in modern medicine that do exist.
We know a lot about nutrition. If you eat more calories than you're burning, you're gonna get fat. Simple as that.
But for the people in the Fat Logic subreddit and in comment sections across the internet, having those conversations just glorifies being unhealthy and is nothing more than a misunderstanding of the clearly established basics of biology and physics. Okay, but instead of fully engaging in those arguments, I do actually want to take a step back, because this is a symptom of a larger issue that we should have a conversation about when we're talking about bodies and how they are policed in order to serve the ends of the government. Because what all of these conversations revolve around, whether within the Fat Logic subreddit or the body positivity movement or elsewhere, is this ideal of being quote-unquote healthy. Not only that there's one singular ideal of...
I mean, if everybody in society was skinny, we probably could have universal health care. If we didn't have a bunch of fat fucking, you know, retards that would suck the fucking system dry, we probably could have, you know, free health care, quote unquote, or some form of government run health system. But because everybody's a fat, unhealthy fuck, it would be completely unmanageable. So this is what's funny about leftists, man, is they actively advocate against the things that would enable the things they actually want to occur.
What healthy looks like, but that it is assumed that all self-respecting people should strive for that singular ideal of health, and whether or not...
Yeah, being overweight is not healthy. There is no circumstance where being overweight is healthy. Period.
Not someone strives for health determines their worth on some level. This pervasive obsession with health, or even trying to convince people that health can exist at every size, kind of turns us into the proverbial fish that is so surrounded by water they don't even realize what...
It's just literally regurgitation of, I learned these words in college in my liberal arts degree.
You're swimming in it. In trying to convince people that fat people...
Aren't I intelligent? Let me use a bunch of fucking vocabulary you probably haven't heard in a while, so I sound more intelligent.
Can still be healthy. We're taking for granted what health is, and that it should be the ultimate end goal for everyone, and that someone's failure to at least attempt to be healthy is a deep moral failing. Once we step back and identify that assumption, now we can start having conversations around the politics of bodies. Instead of infighting in the comment section over whether or not Ariana Grande is healthy, let's discuss why we have placed so much moral emphasis on health to begin with, because that is its own social construct that has been orchestrated and promoted by
Health is a social construct.
individuals and governments for centuries. I'm, of course, not the first person to ever make this point.
You know, man, if being healthy makes you a fascist, then, you know.
So I became a Nazi, yeah, bitch, I'm the villain. Nigga, how here
I mean, if that's the standard we're gonna live by now, that wanting to be healthy, then yeah, you know.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
I guess we have to start the Fourth Reich. The Fourth Reich rises today. Tim Marco with the 7. It would have to be a healthy... Oh, wait. A health apartheid. Public health to... Wait. Public health 2 for skinny people. But step over the obesity line and you have to go... Yeah, that's exactly what I would do. Yeah, you have to maintain a certain body fat percentage if you want to qualify for the state-sponsored healthcare. Otherwise, yeah, kick fucking rocks. Exactly. Agreed. Same with food stamps and every other government assistance. Because obviously, if you're fat as fuck, you don't need the money. And you're making unhealthy decisions that other people should not have to pay for.
There's a great book called Fearing the Black Body, The Racial Origins of Fat Phobia by Dr. Sabrina Strings. So if I haven't convinced you that it is, in fact, so there's a great book called Fearing the Black Body, The Racial Origins of...
Dude, what the fuck? I do fear the black body. I agree. Holy shit, dude. If you looked at that and didn't fear whatever the fuck that is, I don't know how you would even consider yourself a human being. Holy shit, man. If that's what the black body looks like, then you're goddamn right I fear that shit.
Fat Phobia by Dr. Sabrina Strings. So if I haven't convinced you that it is, in fact, that deep, please consider giving that book a read. It's really revelatory. Because when we start examining how notions of health and what is the correct body to have shifted and changed throughout history, that's when we start to see how these notions perhaps are not
Are you fucking black? Nope.
orchestrated by fascism, but are
You're just fat.
certainly convenient for fascism to thrive. If we go back to the Renaissance, which was the 1300s through the 1600s, the aesthetic of the Rubenesque woman was the European beauty standard. These women were stately, to say the least, often somewhat muscular thanks to the influence of Greek art on the Renaissance, but also full figured. Some might say, God forbid, fat. Fatness equated to wealth.
Yeah, fatness equated to wealth, not health, dumbass.
But also fertility, especially where you have a societal system dominated by feudal lords and the peasants who serve them. Then came the transatlantic slave trade, the growth of the sugarcane trade.
Okay, that's fine. You know, if we want to go back to the days where women were a little overweight and that was considered to be desirable, that's great. But we're going to go back to all the other social, qualifications that went along with that. So sure, women can be a little chunky, but that also means they become the property of their fathers and husbands. I agree. Let's go back. Let's agree on that one. There we go. Problem solved. Women want to be a little overweight? Fine. But now you become property like you were back in those days. Where you basically just became plumped up breeding, mares, essentially.
That allowed for imports of larger and larger amounts of sugar into Europe, making it a lot more affordable and accessible to the everyday commoner. It was the increase in sugar consumption that helped precipitate a growing awareness of fatness and body mass, because, oh no, now the poors are getting fat. But it was the othering of enslaved Africans that helped precipitate the fear and dread of having a higher body fat percentage. The European fascination with the wild, uncivilized black body is best exemplified in the story of the South African woman named Sarah Baartman, who was put on display as a kind of freak show in the early 1800s. People from all
I agree, that is a freak show.
across Europe would come to gawk at her because she was allegedly double-cheeked up, and the Europeans saw it as a sort of living natural history museum. Not a human, but simply a freakish example of the exoticism of the African continent. She died at the age of 26 in 1815, and afterwards her remains, including her brain, genitalia...
Why did she die at the age of 26? Could it be because she was morbidly obese?
skeleton, and a body cast were put on display in various museums. Her skeleton and body cast were displayed facing away from the viewer to emphasize continued interest in her exotic proportions, and remained on display until the mid-1970s. Her remains were eventually repatriated to her homeland in South Africa and officially buried in August 2002. Like, history is not that distant from us, The point is that it was around this time, the late 1700s, early 1800s, and beyond, when the transatlantic slave trade was at its peak, when Europeans were being indoctrinated with the savagery of the Africans, that body policing away from full-figured women and towards a thin ideal began to first take shape. Victorians were real weird about labeling and categorizing everything, and a lot of pseudoscience sprung up to attempt to reinforce
the savagery of the Africans, in air quotes. Does this dumb bitch not realize that in Africa they think that if you're bald you have gold inside of your head, so they'll beat you to death and open up your skull trying to find golden nuggets? And that's in modern day Africa. God only knows that it was like 700 years ago.
the differences between Europeans and Africans to try to create categories of people based on physical differences that in turn represented something inherent in the person with that physical difference. In time, the accumulation of body fat was equated with the out-of-control and barbaric black race, and it was the duty of the European woman to get as far away from that body type as possible. To be thin, to control one's intake, was a sign of refinement, of racial superiority, of godly self-control that no African could ever possess. Body policing coincided with the invention of races as a means of justifying continued enslavement of human beings. It's fine because they are different and worth less than—
I want to go back. I want to go back.
us Europeans, and attempting to reinforce the supremacy of Europe and of the white race over others. This is of course also when eugenics was invented to give an official air to the racism through the creation of pseudoscience that sounded legitimate but was based on nothing. That's also when the early body mass index, or BMI scale, was invented. Remember how those Victorians loved categorizing and making shit up? Yeah, this was one of those instances. In fact, the BMI scale was heavily relied upon by Francis Galton, one of the primary developers of eugenics. It was originally created by a man named Adolf Quetelet, who was on a mission to determine the social ideal of the average man. His index was never meant to be used as a medical test, but instead was simply a measure of the ideal average normal distribution of weights of men in 1835, and not even men generally. His data was taken from Scottish Highland soldiers and French soldiers, all male. It was, as is still the case for most medical studies, a metric designed for European men. The term BMI was coined by Ansel Keys in 1972 in a paper in which Keys also noted that the BMI was not fully satisfactory.
You're fat, bitch. Cope.
But was, quote, as good—
That's what this really comes down to, is she's upset that she's fat, she's ugly, she's covered in tattoos, so now she has to cope about the fact that she's all of those things.
but as any other relative weight index as an indicator of relative obesity. Not of—
It's just another fat chick on the internet coping. That's all this is.
Health of relative obesity. He also noted that the BMI scale was a useful tool for population studies, but not appropriate to be used for individual evaluations. So for studying population trends and data, BMI numbers may prove useful.
Yeah, look at body fat percentage. We don't even have to look at BMI. We have body fat percentage now. So it's very easy.
But for evaluating the health of an individual, it is not a particularly useful tool. But because it's so simple and has been repeatedly published since it was originally created,
BMI also doesn't account for muscles. So yeah, I agree. Let's go off of body fat percentage. There we go. Problem solved.
it's been adopted as a tool to judge individuals based on their weight as compared to the—
I guarantee you she's not going to mention body fat percentage, because that's a very easy, it's a very easy solution to this problem if you don't want to use BMI. You could very easily just use body fat percentage. We have the scales now that scan people's body composition. We know exactly how much, bone, muscle, cartilage, and fat is in a person's body. And you could absolutely use body fat percentage as a measure of health.
average Scottish or French soldier in 1835. Okay, but that's kind of an aside. The point is that the popular notion that thin is preferable has origins in the transatlantic slave trade, fear of being associated with blackness, and religious ideals of piety and self-control, also as a means of differentiating and distancing oneself
No wonder why I like skinny women.
from blackness and poverty. In a piece for Afropunk, Leslie Vargas writes, over time, thinness has transcended race, becoming a symbol of wealth and privilege across communities. For black women, thinness now operates as a form of social capital, a means to navigate a world that polices black bodies with even greater scrutiny. In spaces where thinness is equated with success, health, and desirability, black women are pressured to conform to these standards, further erasing the rich diversity
Written by Afropunk. Gee, I wonder if that's a biased source.
of body types within black communities. And thinness definitely plays a role, but I would argue that it's actually health that has become the status symbol, the commodity of the rich. Women can be trailer trash and also skinny, for example, but it is health that is put on this pedestal because it is so unattainable for the average person who has high cortisol from the stress of working and trying to pay for rent and healthcare and everything else that's expensive but necessary for living. Someone who doesn't have time to go to the gym or meal prep or have the energy to eat 3
You don't have to go to the gym to not be fat. You don't have to meal prep in order to not be fat. You literally just have to not eat. In order to be skinny, it means doing less. That's it. You literally do less of something that you were doing before. You eat less. You spend less on food. You can sit on your fucking ass all day and not gain a singular pound as long as you're not eating like a fucking slob.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
I don't know, man. It's just, the cope is insane. It's just yet another fat bitch on the internet who wants to make excuses for why, actually, I'm healthy at every size. Okay. Whatever you say. It's just pure cope. She's trying to window dress it as like some intellectual, racist debate. It's like, fuck off. You're fat, you're upset over it. People aren't going to accept the fact that you're somehow oppressed by evil white people who, you know, don't want you to look black. Like, it's just so retarded. Let's see. Matthew with the 5 thoughts on Paramount's hostile takeover of Warner Brothers. Owners of Paramount are friends with Trump, so we could see a return of masculine. I wouldn't get too enthused about that, man. I wouldn't bet on that, because Paramount right now still doesn't do that, so I don't think anything would really change, to be completely honest. But, I mean, if you're a, Warner Brothers shareholder, it's definitely a much better deal. You'll make a lot more money. So, I don't really think it matters where it lands, to be completely honest. And Ricardo Cumsocks with the 10. Appreciate it, man. My colonel got into my ravioli. Uh-oh. While I was cooking, so for the last 3 days, he's had the squirts. Uh-oh. That's not good. I have to wipe his bottom, and he hates this. He looks at me highly suspicious. Yeah, it's the same with my dog when he gets the squirts as well when he gets sick. So, it's the fun part of owning a pet, especially with a lot of fur. But hopefully the colonel feels better soon, man. That's not fun. Schizo Garcia with the 2. Can we play... maybe, I don't know. If it's just gonna spam the N-word, I don't know if that's a good idea.
Balanced, high-protein, high-fiber meals every day. The moneyed class with leisure is the only class capable of truly attaining health at the level that society has deemed is correct. This is not a product of fascism or being caused by the rise of fascism. This has been an issue since before Trump got elected. Heroin chic existed in the 90s under a Democratic president. Our boomer parents are almond moms with fucked up relationships with food and their bodies because beauty standards in the 50s and 60s were so specific that weighing 10 to 15 pounds more or less than you should would lead to ridicule and public shaming. That our fascist
Based.
Lords can get away with more because we're all starving ourselves into oblivion is merely a happy coincidence of years of conditioning us to police each other over health. That RFK Jr. was able to capitalize on years of crunchy granola liberals falling down the Maha pipeline into anti-vax land, where health has been twisted and contorted to fit an anti-science worldview, one that is based partially on...
Wait, anti-science? This dumb bitch is trying to say that you're healthy when you're overweight, but the people who say that you need to lose weight are the ones who are anti-science? What type of fucked up retardation is that? Having any sort of excess fat on your body ages your internal organs and joints and muscles and puts stress on your skeletal frame. Being overweight is not healthy from a scientific perspective. But, you know, they're the anti-science ones for pointing that. It's just insane, dude. They believe in science when it agrees with their worldview. That's it.
Founded fears that our world is full of contaminants from major corporations that don't care about our health, and partially on conspiracy theories and pseudoscience. It's not a plan formulated by the Trump regime, but instead the Trump regime thriving where body and health policing has already taken hold. This racism, this patriarchy telling us to stay small and quiet, this was all already within us. Fascism just stepped in and
This racism to be skinny? Holy shit, man. Yeah, that's so racist.
How can I exploit this? So while I do love to blame the fascists for the ills currently being inflicted upon this country, this one can be blamed on something else, something that implanted itself in America long before today's fascist takeover. Say it with me, neoliberalism. Okay, stick with me here. Mid-century America saw post-war prosperity and a blossoming middle class. That, combined with free market neoliberalism, to emphasize the individual, the entrepreneur, the bootstrapper, the American dream, the self-reliant individual who relies on their own dedication and hard work, letting the state off the hook for providing much of anything. That was put on steroids thanks to, say it with me, Ronald fucking Reagan, who brought rugged cowboy individualism to the White House and sold America.
Yeah, I probably am considered overweight still. I don't know. Let's see. What is considered overweight for 5'11" male? Yeah, technically, I'm like 180 something. So, yeah, overweight is 178 to 215. So, yeah, technically. Uh-oh. Shit. It's time to get sent to fat camp. Yeah, so it says healthy weight for 5'11" men is 136 to 178. And then overweight is 178 to 215. And then obesity is anything above 215. So, yeah, it's over, bro. It's absolutely over. It's never been more over. Shit. Let's see. Ricardo Comstocks with the 10. The thing is, my colonel is spiritually Italian because he wants and needs red sauce. When he somehow gets into it when I'm not looking, it's 100% squirts from him. It's my fault for now blocking him. Yeah, if it's... I don't know. Do cats get really sensitive to, like, garlic? Because that could be what it is. Because dogs have a very, very strong sensitivity to garlic and onions. So, that's usually the perpetrator if they get the squirts from eating something.
America on the lie of trickle-down economics, deregulating industries from sea to shining sea, leading to the monopolistic, deregulated hellscape that has catapulted the wealth of the 1% into the stratosphere while leaving the rest of us with stagnant wages, a predatory health insurance industry, and a depleted housing market. Thanks to that deregulation and the rampant capitalism of the last century, we are now sicker than we've ever been, and we can't trust businesses or our government to do anything about it. But thanks to that rugged individualism, it's actually all our fault as individuals if we can't muscle through, literally, the impossible societal odds and just be healthy. Much like MAGA today and Reagan last century taught us to fear the welfare queen.
Hold on.
And we can't trust businesses or our government to do anything about it. But thanks to that rugged individualism, it's actually all our fault as individuals if we can't muscle through, literally, the impossible societal odds and just be healthy. Much like MAGA
Well, yeah, you can just be healthy. At least in one capacity in your life, and that's just not being fat.
Today and Reagan last century taught us to fear the welfare queens and the immigrants mooching off the system. Anyone who is unhealthy because...
I agree. Welfare queens and immigrants can get out the fucking door.
Of anything that might be attributable to lifestyle choices is simply mooching off the system because of their own...
If you're taking government money for more than 6 months, out. Gone. Any form of government assistance for longer than a 6-month period, you've lost your right to call yourself an American citizen.
Ignorance, stupidity, and laziness. And listen, let me acknowledge, there is definitely personal agency when it comes to your individual health. I'm not saying people are just the hopeless, hapless results of their environment and they should just lay down and accept the nihilism of their situation. Moving your body more and eating vegetables is a conscious choice that some people can make, but it is the oversimplification of being healthy. It is ableist as...
Yeah, exactly, dude. Anytime this type of shit comes from a fat chick, you know what the actual motivation is. If she's angry, she either can't stop eating because she has no self-control, or is pissed off that she's not getting her desired tone on Tinder, let's just say.
Fuck to decide that everyone can just choose health, and the self-righteousness with which healthy people speak about unhealthy people, the moral judgment placed on people who are unhealthy, and assuming that body weight is the best test of someone's worthiness for empathy, that shit is toxic, and it mirrors the thinking and worldview of fascists. It helps to normalize seeing certain people as more worthy than others, as worth more than others, and that is the central tenet of fascism. That is what leads to people getting kidnapped off the streets into unmarked vans because they speak Spanish, or maybe don't have their documents in order, which is not a criminal offense, by the way. But we are...
It should be. We speak English in the United States of America.
To look the other way because we are more worthy. We were born here. We aren't criminals. We're more human than they are. And the capitalists and the billionaires and major corporate shareholders benefit no matter what, no matter who's in office, because this creates impossible standards that we are all chasing, that we are willing to spend hundreds and thousands of dollars to attempt to attain. And all they have to do is tap into that desire and promise us a cure. So that when Ozempic, the miracle weight loss drug, comes onto the market, promising to fix all our ailments, to give us the thinness we so deeply desire so that we can finally prove our worth, well, the perfect storm is already there, and the drug manufacturers are simply cashing in. And it is us, online, in the comment sections, in our communities, doing the policing work that benefits the fascists and the capitalists by commenting endlessly on whether or not people are living up to the healthy ideals that they are morally supposed to live up to, including Ariana Grande and Cynthia Erivo and Michelle Yeoh, who have gone too far and I'm not sure they're healthy, and therefore they are worthy of criticism, which lets everyone in society watching the conversation unfold know, puts them on notice that if they too step out of line of the ideals of health in either direction, this mob of criticism will come for them too. All this does is help the capitalists accumulate more wealth. Oops, so sorry. Every video lately's turned into a Marxist criticism, but yeah, here we are. Your obsession with policing the health of everyone around you only reinforces the narrative that individuals are solely to blame if they fall outside the confines of what you think is healthy, and in fact what you think is healthy has been dictated mostly by centuries of men just making shit up, usually influenced by the patriarchy.
Dude, it's just blah, 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 patriarchy, fascism, I want to be fat. We get it. Holy shit. How many times can she say the same thing over and over and over again?
Or racism, or both. And therefore, it is up to individuals to force themselves to conform to these body standards, and if they can't manage to do that, then they are bad and lazy, because the end goal isn't really health, because if these people policing other people's bodies genuinely cared about their health, that would require a level of empathy that people seem incapable of extending to those who have been othered, those seen as morally reprehensible because they aren't healthy, and it abdicates...
Dude, this is insane. Let's see. Rogue Dio with the 5. If being fat is good. Why is YouTube giving me ads with skinny chicks wearing next to zero? It's almost advertising. People know guys like skinny chicks. Yeah, and women like skinny guys too. Like the number one, you know, favored physique from women is tall and skinny for guys. So yeah, this is just massive fucking cope, no pun intended. You know, she's upset that she's fat, and this is pure fucking cope. Yeah, it's rough, Ricardo, when you got a cat too, especially because they'll like jump up on the counter and sneak a lick like when you're not looking. That's the nice thing with dogs, is they don't get on the counter, so you don't have to worry about them like putting their face in a pot or a bowl or something like that. But yeah, I hope the Colonel makes a swift recovery. It's not fun to deal with, I'm sure.
It's the state's responsibility to provide for its people the basics necessary to sustain life, which is what I think the state ought to be responsible for. But for capitalists, the primary usefulness of the state lies in its ability to protect property and nothing else. So by assigning blame to individuals and letting the state off the hook, you are playing into the hands of the 1% who say, yes, good, shrink the state so that I can continue to exploit people's labor and pay no taxes, while everyone who works for me remains just sick enough to be too tired to organize against me, but with just enough access to modern medicine to remain alive to continue to labor for me because they have to, because otherwise they will have no...
Does this dumb bitch not realize... What was the stat again? What percentage of income tax does the top 1% pay? Let's see. Yeah, the top 1% of income tax payers paid 40.4% of the total income taxes in the United States. And then I know off the top of my head, the top 50% of earners in the United States pay 97% of income tax. So this entire notion that people don't pay taxes is just retarded. It's not true. It's objectively false. Wealthy people pay the vast majority of federal income tax. The bottom 50% pay practically nothing.
No health insurance and no home. And oops, here we are, back where every
And that's before you factor in all the government subsidies and shit they get.
single episode has ended lately, and that is class struggle. Hello, a person can be perfectly healthy and also technically obese based on their BMI, whether or not a...
No. You cannot be perfectly healthy and be obese. That is not possible. Literally not possible. Again, this is pure cope from her part because she's fat.
Person is healthy does not and should not determine their worthiness for empathy and respect. You can be the epitome of health and die of a heart attack tomorrow. You can struggle to maintain your health through no fault of your...
The epitome of health and die from a heart attack? Do you know what causes a heart attack? You're not the epitome of health if you die from a heart attack, you dumbass.
There are so many huge industries that depend on keeping us unhealthy in order to make their money that the odds are frankly stacked against us. You actually can't tell a person's health by just looking at them. That's literally why we have doctors and scanners and blood tests and urine tests and DEXA scans and all the other shit we rely on so that doctors can try to...
What about body fat percentage?
See what's actually happening in our bodies, because turns out it's really complex. And while we all fight each other over whether or not we're healthy enough to deserve empathy or food stamps, meanwhile, Elon Musk has made $10 million in the time it's taken you to watch this video. You may think it's not that deep, but it so fucking is, okay? So what do we do about this? I would challenge you to decenter capitalism from your life as much as possible. That's kind of a major fix for a lot of the ills of society. Can you borrow the thing instead of buying it? Can you make do with what you already have? Do you actually need the thing to begin with? When it comes to your body and the impossible standards being set around what is and is not the perfect health that you're supposed to be, that is being capitalized on by various industries to try to sell you shit, whether it's protein powders or greens powders or...
Ricardo Cumsucks with the 5. This girl does not have a bad face. Minus 40 pounds. Maybe a little more. She would be very good looking, I think. She's just damaged. Yeah, and she's batshit insane. But yeah,
All right,
exactly.
awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
She's trying to claim that, you know, basically the reason why people originally wanted to be skinny is because they didn't want to look like Africans. So I guess her goal is to look like an African. I don't know.
at-home workout equipment, or protein bars, or special weight loss programs, or weight loss drugs, or an at-home infrared sauna from Costco. Like, we are inundated with shit all fucking day because it's our responsibility to make ourselves healthy. And if we don't, then we're bad people. So we're willing to impulse buy shit to try to make it happen. Speaking from experience, a lot of the fat phobia that has been ingrained in us, we use to self-police, to shame ourselves. And it doesn't work. If shame worked, every fat person would be skinny as hell, okay? Because the society provides enough shame to go around, and yet we have an incredibly unhealthy population. So a major step is also trying to contend with the preconceived notions you have about your own worth inside your own head. Food deserts, childhood trauma, stress, anxiety, expectations of productivity from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. every day. None of this is conducive to being healthy. The food industry industry spends billions of dollars every year on food science that is literally specially formulated to fuck with your lizard brain so that you cannot stop eating even when you want to. The system is specially formulated to make you ill and then make you feel bad for being ill. And the standards of health that we are all being held to were largely made up and based off of centuries of misogyny, eugenics, and racism. That is so much to contend with. It's okay if your relationship with your health and your body varies from day to day.
Being skinny is racist. Well, why can't I be both independently?
It's okay if you can't overcome the entire system while you're actively being oppressed by it. Health looks different for different people. You are not a moral failure if you don't live up to the made-up health standards, and you deserve to feel good about yourself no matter what you look like. You do not owe anyone your health. You also deserve to have the tools to have agency over your own health.
And Ricardo Comsucks of the 9 months. Appreciate it, man. A broken toy. Yeah. A Jamaican man's heart is breaking in real time at the concept of her losing weight. But yeah, I don't know if you could fix this broken toy.
And that is not easy to attain the way the world is currently set up, and that fucking sucks. But you also do have some agency. This is a yes and situation. We can acknowledge the societal hurdles and bullshit, and also work towards feeling better in our bodies if we do not feel healthy. Whether or not you choose to do so does not make you morally superior or inferior. However, I personally...
Yes, it does make you morally superior. Giving in to the sin of gluttony makes you morally inferior to someone who does not, in that particular aspect of your life. Gluttony and greed are quite literally, you know, morally bad things. They're not positive qualities. Being a glutton is not an admirable quality in any person.
Have worked through my relationship with my body with a therapist and some EMDR sessions, which is a privilege not many people have access to, but if you do, I highly recommend unpacking.
An EMDR session with a therapist? Let's see what this is. Eye movement desensitization and reprocessing is a structured therapy session, typically 60 to 90 minutes, that uses bilateral stimulation like eye movements to help you reprocess traumatic or distressing memories, reducing their emotional impact by focusing on a specific image, negative belief, and body sensation while following the therapist's hands. Sessions follow an 8-phase protocol, starting with history taking and building coping skills before moving to memory reprocessing and concluding with a safe closure, allowing natural brain functions to help you gain new insights and healing from the past events. Dude, this is what I always say. Psychiatry and psychology is like the women's religion, and their therapist is their fucking priest. Instead of going to church and doing confession, they go and talk to their therapist. And instead of praying, they go and worship at the altar of like fucking pseudoscience psychology. This is basically just a religion for foids. Unironically. You know, psychology and psychiatry have replaced the church in women's lives.
The self-loathing, perfectionism, and self-policing that comes with especially being a woman in this fucking cesspool. And then I have found spite to be an incredibly motivating factor when it comes to my health. Like I do it for me too, but learning about how the BMI scale was just invented by some dude and was never meant to be an individual indicator of anything.
It makes me want to order an extra cheeseburger every time I go to McDonald's, which is 4 times a day.
Learning about how racism and sexism shapes how society places worth on individuals based on body type, learning about how white nationalism benefits from enforcing gender norms wherein women should be small but not so small because we have to be healthy because we must bear the Aryan children. All of that I find really inspiring to never have children and instead spend my life figuring out how to be able to deadlift a small vehicle. You know what I mean? I also have hypermobility, no matter what we do. So I'm on a mission to figure out how much muscle it takes to no longer experience joint pain, which may not be within my control, but also makes me acutely aware of the aging process and concerned with
wait, hold on, we gotta go back.
To deadlift a small vehicle. You know what I mean? I also have hypermobility and experience joint pain no matter what my weight is. So I'm on a mission to figure out how much muscle it takes to no longer experience joint pain, which
if you have joint pain, maybe you should drop the pounds. I don't know. Putting more weight on your joints is always going to increase joint pain. So, again, another fucking cope.
may not be within my control, but also makes me acutely aware of the aging process and concerned with having mobility well into my old age. So I try to extend myself empathy while also maintaining a sense of hope and agency over what I can control and my own wellness, and over feeling good in my body while maintaining realistic expectations and not buying into the unrealistic standards for health or thinness. And that's a lot to juggle, and I often really struggle with all of that. But doing that work inside of yourself means that you will also be less likely to extend that judgment to other people who are likely dealing with things that are not apparent just by looking at them. And once again, we come back to empathy and community as an antidote to the fascist hellhole that is currently engulfed this stupid country. Become ungovernable by showing empathy to yourself and your neighbors, because that's radical. Also, feel free to drop in the comments all the reasons why you don't agree with me, because this subject really gets people riled up, and I can't wait to hear what you guys have to say. And if you'd like this more,
oh my god, this is pure cope. Pure cope. If you're too thin, try eating the rich. So if fascists want you thin, but due to capitalism we're fat, is capitalism anti-fascist? Be careful asking that one. Redditors validate their delusions. I'd argue thin was never not in. I'd say even in the past few years when thick was a little more normalized, it was thin with curves instead of stick thin. What's coming back in fashion now? Lol, taking care of yourself is not a bad thing. They really want us to just stop eating and not complain about the cost of groceries. Bitch, no one cares about the price of fucking Fruit Loops. Like, the price of groceries that they complain about is like all the unhealthy processed shit. You know, the only thing that I've noticed at the grocery store that's actually gotten more expensive is, I would say steak. That's about it. Everything else has been pretty much the exact same price. So all your non-processed, unprepared foods like vegetables, meat, rice, things like that, you know, they've all been pretty much consistently the same price. And you would be amazed at how cheap you can eat if you actually cook yourself. But yeah, steak is really the only thing I've seen gone up in price. Anything but some self-accountability. Exactly. Is the fascism in the room with it? Yeah, dude, this is fucking insane. Jesus, man. And I'm sure all of her videos are this fucking unhinged. The Supreme Court's about to give Trump even more power.
God!
Is this a war crime? Immigration crackdown. Yeah, she's just a TDS channel. Which, shocker. Shocker. She lives in Minneapolis, of course. Of course, dude. Right in Tim Wall's backyard. We love our Somalis. Oh, they're so good. Oh, they're so great. Pretty sad, man. It's just pitiful how just mind-fucked a lot of these women are. Similar code, the 279. The fact she's getting backlash gives me hope. Yeah, the thing is, if she was making that video, like Ricardo said, minus 40 pounds, then it'd be a different scenario. But what we have here is the classic example of a fat woman telling you that it's okay to be a fat woman. And that anyone who says otherwise is a racist. So it's the same song and dance. You know, if she was super in shape delivering this message, she probably wouldn't have gotten this much backlash. But no, she's fat. So it just sounds like a cope, which is exactly what it was. But yeah, it's pitiful, man. Quite sad, isn't it? Ricardo Comstocks of the 10. Appreciate it, man. I have 2 sisters. They are very, very left. My older bro is the right of me. Based. I love them forever. Nothing would ever make me against them. These are damaged people. They are not well. Yeah, exactly. You know, it's the years of SSRIs. The birth control is another thing that's just completely destroying women mentally. Like, birth control is probably going to be looked back on in 100 years as the single most toxic substance to ever be released into the consumer market. Because not only does it affect women, it affects our food supply and soil.
You
and
shut the
water
fuck! Don't you
tables.
fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
So, yeah, it's just a shame, man. Women are indoctrinated from a very young age, and because they're more susceptible to societal pressures, they just, you know, basically fall in line, hook, line, and sinker to, you know, the leftist ideology because they want to be perceived as part of the in group. But alright, so next, yeah, I did open it, okay. So this one.
It's a Gundam. He's just a piece of crap.
As a former leftist, considering they kicked me out for having a sense of humor, I can wholeheartedly say I am sick of progressives finding issues where there are none. There was a time when a gamer's worst enemy was the conservative Christian, in the long, long ago. Now our worst enemies are eggless, rapidly aging millennial women that have no...
Oh, hold on, wait. Speaking of conservative Christians, which is kind of ironic, because, like, you know, like the whole evangelical shit, right? Where it's like worship Israel, blah, blah, blah. You know, hold on. Let me share this. This is from the most famous evangelical of all time. Let's see. It's kind of funny. Some words of wisdom from probably the most famous you know, conservative Christian.
The distinction, Mr. President, between 2 groups of Jews. One is called the Synagogue of Satan. There's 2 different kinds.
Which, if you don't know who this is Billy Graham, who is like the famous, you know, evangelical pastor in, you know, the United States, who basically did like all the stadiums and shit. So he's the one who really popularized like the whole evangelical megachurch grift, which makes this even more fucking ironic because the evangelicals are the ones that consistently cuck themselves to Israel.
Then those people in the latter days is called the remnant of God's people, which will be Jewish people. And then there's the synagogue of Satan, and nearly all of your religious deceptions in the latter days, what the Bible speaks, latter days to be 1,000 years, what they call the synagogue of Satan. In other words, they are energized by a supernatural power called the devil. This is what the Bible teaches, whether you believe it or don't believe it. This is the biblical teaching, and this is what I believe. And I believe that they have a strange brilliance about them. Oh, they're smart, and they are energized, in my judgment, by a supernatural power.
Well, also they do something else. They're not smart.
And you see, of course, Hitler didn't. They had a stranglehold on Germany, on the banking of Germany, on everything in Germany, and the media. They had the whole thing, you see, but he went about it wrong. But this stranglehold has got to be broken, or this country is going to go down the drain. Yes, sir.
I can't ever say it, but I believe it. No.
I can't ever say it, but I believe it. That's why they had to get rid of him.
But if you get elected the second time, you might be able to do something. Whether we like it or not, everybody thinks of you as conservative, and then when you lean a little bit in that direction toward the sociological thing is the big thing. What's that?
It's all right to move in that direction.
You have to, or the whole thing will be closed to you. You know, I mean, I don't care how conservative. I'm sure I'm more conservative than you are. At least you told me that one time, and I think that's true. But I have to lean a little bit. You know, I go and I keep friends with Mr. Rosenthal at the New York Times and people of that sort, you know. And not all the Jews, but a lot of the Jews.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
They're friendly to me because they know that I'm friendly to Israel, but they don't know how I really feel about what they're doing to this country, and I have no power, no way to handle them. But I would stand up if you know, under proper circumstances.
Isn't that crazy? It's just like, you really wonder what actually is going on. No wonder why they had to get rid of him. Rogue Dio with the 2, is this a good idea to drink and buy spring water? The best type of water to buy is typically reverse osmosis water. Spring water's typically fine, but if you want like the absolute purest water, reverse osmosis is the type you want. That or you want to get distilled. The only problem with distilled is it doesn't have any minerals in it. And Ricardo Comstocks of the 10, they cannot stop us forever. I know what the Jays did to us. Historically, they cannot play this game for too long. They do not understand. My hate is wild. Well, did you see that poll recently where it's like, I think it's what, 70-something% of blacks and Hispanics believe that like the Holocaust was basically a lie. And then it's like, I think 40-something% of white people believe. So the tides are changing pretty quickly. So that's why, you know, the panic button has been hit on a lot of this stuff. So just a few years ago, you would have been lucky for it to be like 10, maybe 15%. So yeah, it's pretty interesting. The narrative is falling apart pretty quick. Just drink Dasani water. Nah. I don't really like Aquafina and Dasani. I don't like the taste. They don't taste very good to me. And then what's the other one? Deer Park. I don't like either. Deer Park tastes kind of metallic to me. The best water, like the absolute best water, is Aquapana. this. This is like the best water you can get. It comes in a glass bottle, and it is super like, when I say it's smooth, I mean it. It's like, there's something about this water that just really, really feels good to drink. I don't know what it is, but it's just very, very smooth. Ricardo Comstocks with the 5. Griff, be careful about reverse osmosis, filtered water. You need those minerals. It's filtered out. Yeah, you have to take like a supplement or something. But yeah, if you're just talking about like purifying water though, that's like the gold standard. But yeah, I agree. You got to make sure you get the minerals and stuff. What water do I usually drink? Just the water out of the tap, unfortunately. I'm gonna get like a water filtration system and all that type of stuff when I actually get a house, but...
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright.
It's not really practical to put that type of shit into an apartment. Especially because I don't own the place.
No kids and no lies. They're often accompanied by a man that oozes weakness from every pore of his body. That you can tell, this man has never had sex with a woman under 170 pounds his entire life. And he's worse for the wear for it.
I'll tell you that for the king.
What's wrong
Do you think that blonde chick we just watched was under 170 pounds?
with women's dialogue in video games?
Get ready for another first world problem.
So, we are interested in patterns. Tropes, stereotypes, biases in game mechanics, in worlds, in characters, in stories. Some of those patterns are things that players notice and complain about or praise online, and others kind of fly beyond the radar, but all of them we think affect their experience when they play games. We're here because all of our research is designed to help very creative
Do you think she's under 170 pounds?
people like you make games for us to play, rather selfishly. And we want to help you make the kinds of games you want to play, whether that's games with better gender representation, games that enhance player agency.
Games with better gender representation. That's the heart of the issue here. This long video is nothing more than telling us women don't talk enough in video games. They've clearly never played Battlefield 6, where the male characters have female voices. All I hear are gunshots and yapping.
Combat, 85% of active duty soldiers are men. And though there are many women serving in the armed services, fewer than 8% profess a desire to engage in combat.
I need a medic! Oh, someone please stop him!
Design. I'm going to suggest how some of these patterns can be subverted or averted. Now, our work involves designing a bunch of tools and doing a bunch of research that helps answer a whole range of questions on different topics, but today we're focusing on just one, gender representation in dialogue.
I'd buy that for $1. Time to sell your useless tool to developers that will help ensure that they won't make any sales themselves. Why on earth is someone doing sign language? Do deaf people really care about this as an issue in their day?
We know that roughly half of people who play video games are women, and that women and gender minorities.
Yeah, when you include mobile games. I hate that statistic. It's like, what actual percentage of women are on console? Like, what is the percentage on consoles? What's the percentage on Steam? This, 50% of gamers are women. Yeah, when you count Candy Crush. That's not what they're talking about. So I hate that stat so much.
People have a rough time.
It's like when Microsoft says there's 3 billion gamers. It's like, no, there's not. There's not 3 billion gamers. There's maybe like 500 million that actually play like real video games.
In the gaming community.
She means the alphabet people. Most real women play phone games or romance dating simulator games and then they go crazy and dude, there's a whole nuttiness there.
Currently popular among Chinese women are online games called otome games, meaning maiden games, which encourage female players to enjoy romance with virtual male characters.
Brutal for the Chinese chuds out there. They'll never match that standard. Raging War with the 2, Fiji water or Fuji water? Do you mean Fiji or Fuji? I've never heard of Fuji. Tastes like well water, straight fire. I've never had... If you're talking about Fiji, I've had that, but I've never had Fuji. Oh, Fiji? Yeah, I've had Fiji water. The thing I don't like about Fiji water is it comes in a plastic bottle. So, if I'm gonna buy expensive water, I'm gonna buy the Aquapana in the glass.
But anyway, the rest of the people that, and I quote, identify as women, just want to see more ugly humans and characters that reflect them. And doing these things to appease that small audience is a good way to kill a franchise. Ask Dragon Age Veilguard.
Cinematics and moving, nuanced character writing.
Oh, I'm non-binary. What does that mean?
Are the wings on which this triumphant dragon soars. Pulling out all the stops in a whirlwind tour of Northern Thetis, and capping it with a terrific finale that's built on memorably tough choices and consequences. If we never get another Dragon Age, at least it got to go out on a high note.
A little bit of light on this. We did a survey in collaboration with Swedish game company Undone Games and surveyed 1,000 people who identify as women who play mobile games, and most of them also play games on PC and console.
See, I rest my case. Only 1,000 people bothered to do this, so you know it's a bunch of no-lifers who gave this stupid survey the time of day. Listen, I can't even be bothered to do YouTube's surveys.
Doing on a daily basis. But just under a third reported feeling guilty about taking time to play. Now, what was particularly surprising for us is that guilt or shame or keeping secrets if you're a judgment from family and friends about your play didn't correlate with playing less. So there's a whole bunch of people out there who are playing quite a lot of games and feeling really bad about it.
I should have done to try to extrapolate 1,000 people filling out this stupid survey to being a much larger number than it actually is. In her mind, these 1,000 people reflect the opinions of millions, and this tool that they're making is really going to help something, rather than admitting to herself and her colleague that this is absolutely worthless and a waste of time.
Perhaps most shockingly, you're more likely to keep it a secret if you're proud of your gaming achievements as a woman. So we think this and the whole lot of data that we got off the back of this survey is indicative of many women, not all women.
Proud of your gaming achievements as a woman? What, you converted 500 people from your Twitch stream to become OnlyFans subs? Like, what fucking gaming achievements are women actually out here doing? Like, real talk, bro. I mean, what gaming achievements is your average player even doing? What do you call a gaming achievement? Like, it's just so gay. Stop trying to make this hobby like some sort of fucking profession.
But many women feel that gaming isn't for them, even when they really love doing it. That it's not designed for them, that it's not the sort of thing they should identify with, or not a subject that they can bond with other people over. But that we might be able to make some...
Okay, but why do they enjoy doing it? Why do women enjoy playing games? Because games are the way that they are. So, wait, let me get this straight. We gotta change games that women already like in order to make them catered towards women, which would in turn completely alter the thing that the women already like. Genius. Pure fucking genius. It's just so retarded, man.
Headway by making game worlds more inviting for women players.
And so, can you imagine how many lives this is going to be saving?
A few years ago, a study was done of how much women speak in Disney films. So in 1950s,
too much.
Cinderella came out, and 60% of the words in that film were spoken by women characters. Roughly 10 years later, Sleeping Beauty came out, and despite the main character spending most of her time asleep, 71% of the dialogue in that film is spoken by women. Let's fast forward to the 2010s, the fry pan wielding, action-oriented, strong Disney princesses. In Tangled, only 52% of the dialogue is spoken by women. Which is Frozen.
Ricardo Comstocks of the 5 white men make everything you see here, every single thing, the way we live, the language we speak. We literally make countries. And unfortunately, we've enabled, you know, these women to be made as well.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Unfortunately, these women are also a side effect of, you know, weak white men for generations that enabled the slippery slope to get way too far downhill.
Has 2 leading ladies. 41% of the dialogue is spoken by women.
Instead of this woman realizing that storytelling and writing deteriorated massively over the course of decades isn't indicative of some form of misogyny, but the evident cognitive decline of our culture and media as a whole. But I guess we could just sit there and pretend that women are somehow being silent.
Of dialogue from 60 role-playing games published over the last 30 years. It's got now more than 13,000 characters, 11 million words of dialogue, and it's growing all the time. Each line of dialogue is mapped onto who's speaking, and it's positioned in the dialogue tree. And we've spent a long time cleaning and fixing this data, so it now represents the biggest resource for studying dialogue in games. We made a game as well that you can play to learn more about this corpus. We're also building tools to help visualize and explore this data. So here's some of the dialogue tree from Baldur's Gate 3.
Sell us more of your AI slopware. Instead of studying dialogue based on gender, why not focus on better storytelling? Or, horror of horrors, hire someone you think might be problematic to work on stories. As Nietzsche said, one must have chaos in their soul to give birth to stars. And frankly, the last few years of being politically correct has created the most stale, homogenous entertainment ever that no one's interested in. That's why all of these streamers are becoming popular. They realize the worse they are as human beings, the more interested people are in them, because it seems like they actually have a personality.
I'm amazed of his genius.
So, we can start by asking, what percentage of dialogue is spoken by women? Do you want to do a poll?
Yeah. Right, we'll start the bidding. Put your hand up if you think at least 10% of the dialogue is spoken by women. At least 20%. At least 30%. Or some hand. At least 40%. At least 50%. Any higher, 50% higher, 60%. 70%. No, it's gone down and bidding has ended. Okay.
You're spot on, really. So, if we count all the words of dialogue in the corpus, roughly 2/3, 65%, are spoken by characters who players would deem to be men. Roughly 30%, and almost every hand was up at either 30 or 40%, is spoken by women.
Wow, what a waste. The poor children. This just makes sense to me. Gaming is a male-dominated hobby. Any way you slice.
We need to get this number down to 0. How are we going to do that? Gates last. We're going to kill everybody. You know, maybe that's the solution.
Let me put it to you in a way that a leftist can understand. Despite the popularity of drag in the modern age, and the number of gay men wearing makeup these days like women, you don't see Sephora abandoning women to focus on the much smaller gay male demographic. The same with video games. It's not really rocket science.
Older games are at the top, newer games are at the bottom. So the first thing to notice is just how few games, spoiler 1, crosses that 50% mark. That is, only one of these games has more than 50% of dialogue spoken by women. Now that includes Final Fantasy X2, which has 3 female protagonists.
Final Fantasy is a rite of passage for the lonely nerd male growing up. Even the title says
has 3 female protagonists.
So Final Fantasy VII. Yeah, remake's pretty much in line with the original. 15 based. Get off my screen, Foids. That's actually weak. 13. Less than 50%.
Final Fantasy is a rite of passage for the lonely nerd male growing up. Even the title says it all. Final Fantasy. Because you need to escape reality by going to your Final Fantasy. By the way, Final Fantasy X2.
Yeah, unfortunately, they don't make women like Aerith in real life.
Garbage.
Recently, Final Fantasy 15, all-boy party, less than 25% of dialogue in that game is spoken by women.
Base.
Now, these aren't meant to be criticisms of the individual games. Obviously, not all games need to have equal representation. We might absolutely have stories that center men, and that seems totally right. The point is pattern, right, and how few the exceptions are. So the exception in this case is a sequel of a sequel, Lightning Returns, which doesn't have a huge amount of dialogue, but it just hits the 50% mark.
People like this need to be gatekept from hobbies at all costs. I fail to see what purpose this could possibly serve other than to make a game even more ass than it was, if anyone's even willing to listen to this.
But you can see here the difference between Horizon Zero Dawn, a female-led game, with just under 50% female dialogue, through to Horizon Forbidden West. But at the current rate...
Wait, so Aerith is Griffin's Final Fantasy? Yeah, exactly. Every time I close my eyes, all I see is her.
It will still take about a decade, if not longer, to get to a point where, on average, we've got gender parity.
Hooray, Horizon broke the mold with more female dialogue. I played both Horizon Zero Dawn and Forbidden.
No wonder why I can't ever get more than 2 hours into Horizon. It's predominantly female dialogue. That would make sense. Shit. Let's see. Ricardo Comstocks at the 5. Real white Euros are now a tiny minority in the world population. We need to know and understand we are special. I agree, man. It's sick. You know, Arabs can have their areas. You know, the Asians have their areas. Hispanics have their areas. Africa has Africa. But, you know, white people have to give up our, you know, native land in order to become a multicultural shithole. It's disgusting. And it's all done by design.
West. I didn't notice and didn't care. To pay attention to such things, you'd have to be a moral busybody. People play games to escape reality. I'm fighting with my insurance company currently, so when I get mad, I play Battlefield 6 and blow things up. I don't sit there and wonder about the gender disparity between female skins that you can purchase, which personally I feel there's too many. It's unrealistic. I mean, for God's sakes, they just released some new skins. It's like black women with cornrows and dreads that are fighting the invading forces that are of undiscriminate location because they don't want to offend any countries because everyone's so gay now.
Can players avoid this bias by making choices during the dialogue tree? So, for example, here's a dialogue tree from Final Fantasy VII.
Hey, there we go. Aerith spotted.
If you were to take the left-hand path, then you would end up with 16 words female dialogue and 7 words of male dialogue. If you were to take the right-hand path, you'd end up with slightly more words of male dialogue. So what's the pattern over all of the games? I think we'll just skip on to the next one. So we imagine this as a dialogue challenge. We created
Aerith spotted.
A little computational agent that knows the whole dialogue tree structure and asked it to make choices to maximize the dialogue so that there's more female dialogue than male dialogue.
This is such a first world problem. Western society spends so much energy telling us how strong and powerful women are while simultaneously telling us that they're completely helpless. Women are somehow second-class citizens even in video games. It didn't speak enough for these two assholes.
Can we just fix this by giving women more lines? I think probably if I asked this to any one of you out in the demo hall, you'd go, no.
I'm so glad that people like this are now getting less work in the wake of Sweet Baby. If activists like this are consultants on a game, I want to make sure that I never buy it or see it. And this is why Sweet Baby Detected was so popular. No one wants this. We just want to play the video game and enjoy ourselves. Not have like an HR meeting for our playtime before we have to go to bed, wake up, and go to work, and then actually deal with HR in reality.
This is Jessie from the original Final Fantasy VII. In the original game, she's given 32 lines of dialogue, and we
It still makes me laugh that you generation liked Jesse, because everyone used to think Jesse was a man.
Split up what her dialogue's doing. So about a quarter of it is her showing off her technical expertise as an explosives expert, about a quarter of it is her teaching the player how to play the game, and about half is her revealing her personality. Now, in the remake, the first Final Fantasy VII installment of the remake, she's given almost 10 times as many lines of dialogue. That sounds like a great thing, right? But now here's the split. So she now spends only 10% of her available words showing off her expertise, and 82% of her dialogue revealing her personality, much of which consists of her flirting with Cloud. Now, flirting's not a bad thing, right? But when this becomes a pattern, when it's reflective of the narrow range of roles that women characters are allowed to play, we might think that there's some, work to be done.
Okay, this is just like a complete omission that these two know all about video games. Of course, the female character is hitting on Cloud because Final Fantasy VII Remake is a fan service game for people that are sexually attracted to all the characters in the game. This happened after Advent Children dropped. When that hit, Final Fantasy went from being one of the greatest RPGs of all time to just being gooner bait, essentially, for like horny weebs for the last decade, bro.
Stardew Valley. Now, in terms of just sheer balance, this
And people will act like Final Fantasy VII Remake is woke. I strongly disagree.
it's pretty even, right? Just over half of the dialogue is spoken by men, just under half is spoken by women. But there are some differences in the dialogue that would be very hard to notice just by playing the game.
You've never heard anyone say she's a man? In the original game, people thought Jesse was a guy. So, Jesse was like a guy's name in the late 90s, early 2000s, so that's why.
Because there are some NPCs that say different things to you depending on the gender of the player character. So, for example, if you're a man, you're offered ale, and if you're a woman, it's wine. If you're a man, it's creamy pasta. If you're a woman, it's salad. If you're a man, you're described as full of energy. You actually get quite a lot of different compliments if you're a man in the game. If you're a woman, you're always beautiful. If you're a man, people show concern that you spend too much time in the sun. If you're a woman, you've got a lovely tan. And here's my favourite example. If you're a man, you seem to really know your way around a joystick, huh? I guess that makes sense. If you're a woman, I didn't think you know how to work a joystick so well, but it seems you're experienced.
I know they're not sitting here having a problem with Stardew Valley. It's meant to be funny. They have lost the plot.
What sort of ambient dialogue NPCs are making in the Mass Effect trilogy.
Yeah, when we win, people like this will be put in a cage. And you can just sit there and prod them with an electric poke.
We coded it into the kinds of things they're talking about, from more public stuff like current events to more private stuff like romance. Just like in Daggerfall, when two women are talking to each other, they're quite likely to talk about family and romance. But when two men are talking to each other, they're mainly talking
electric cattle prod
about current events, military, and work. These things are sort of coded as more masculine. So there's a bias in the way that people are presenting their gender through the topics that they're talking about.
Women interested in current events outside of celebrity gossip, BS, are activists, or social media wannabe pundits. I don't know how many women
Not if we win, when we win.
I've interacted with in my life or dated outside of social media that only cared about celebrity crushes doing a TV show or movie. Their dating lives is what they want to talk about, their favorite music, and their skincare routines. I'm not even joking, dude. They don't give a shit about the government. They don't care about local legislation or anything outside of themselves.
That's toxic. That's toxic. That's toxic. That's toxic.
Ricardo Comstocks of the 5. It will not happen in my lifetime, I think, but it will happen on the timeline. The correction, all these subhumans, then they will really fear. I hope I live to see it personally, you know? I think we're getting pretty close to a tipping point here. It may not happen in the next 10 years, but the next 20 or 30... The age of inflation can only keep getting so fucking bad, because that is the gunpowder that's going to light this entire thing off, is just the infinite inflation of the Federal Reserve. As our greatest ally continues to enrich themselves, you know, at the entire nation's, you know, expense, eventually we will hit a tipping point where it just becomes too expensive to even exist, and the copes won't feel good anymore. Because children are going to be raised, you know, tapped into the infinite dopamine supply, which means they're going to run out of their, I guess, sensitivity to it much faster. So by the time they become adults, they'll already be numb to, like, scrolling and all that other shit. But we can only hope, man.
We find patterns that don't have to do with that.
I hope I get to see it, personally.
And it really surprised us. So we were doing some research on gender and violence, and we extracted just over 1,000 NPCs from the MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV.
All right, awesome. Thanks,
so
Digga. All right.
related to main scenario quests. And what we found is that men were statistically significantly more likely to carry weapons than women. There's an even more striking finding. And that's there's a variable in the game data that controls bust size and hip size of characters. And to give you a really short version, the bigger your boobs, the less likely you are to carry a weapon.
Based.
Listen, it's Final Fantasy. Yet again, it's in the title. Fantasy. It's a Japanese JRPG where you fight goblins, ghosts, demons, ghouls, and you're an elf person. There's cat girls, there's little teddy bear people, and it's wildly popular. This sounds par for the course with JRPGs. And I can say wholeheartedly, every woman I've ever known with big honkers did not carry a weapon. Hell, they didn't even learn how to throw a jab.
To wrap up, what's going wrong with women's dialogue?
See, Castile Allen with the 5. All I ever wanted was just to play and enjoy my video. But morons like the women in this video had to ruin it, alongside with their stupid simps. Yeah, and the wonderful bankers that fund these, you know, real additions to society as well.
In video games. Well, it's not that each individual woman.
But yeah, it's just sad, man. There's nothing. Anything that caters to men in society has been destroyed, and deliberately so. You know, it's just, it sucks.
And isn't given enough dialogue. Rather, there just aren't enough women speaking. When they speak, as we've seen, they have a narrow range of things to say. And there are
I'm so sorry. Are you afraid of spiders? What the fuck? Your eyes, it's huge! Am I? It's behind the monitor right now. I'll get it. No, you're not. You're gonna stop. Where's here? I'm scared. I'll handle it.
Speak. As we've seen, they have a narrow range of things to say.
But all the background characters. The characters that you can speak to, the characters that you overhear in the background, right? Merchants, all of them. And everyone is more likely to speak to a man.
I played Fallout 4 on my second modded run, and during that playthrough as a female character, not once did the NPCs leave me the hell alone when it came to the stupid quest. There's complete gender parity. I don't know what they're talking about.
The fact that these patterns hold so strongly across the industry, across different games from different countries, across games, across the decades, we think it's really striking. If you only take one thing from this talk when you're writing, it's that, yeah, sure, women do generally speak less than men. And it really does matter what they say.
Not in real life.
And who they say it to. But if you want women to speak more, you have to add more of them. That's the number one thing.
Any developer dumb enough to listen to these two people with this nothing burger of a PowerPoint deserve to be replaced by AI. At this stage of the game, it's time to put out stuff gamers want to play, because developers are not safe from the machine onslaught that's coming. Lord knows we are one sweaty Asian in an AI program away from the gaming industry being tilted on its head. The days of showing up and trying to lecture us about gender, sexuality, and all this other stuff, it's over. You better get with the program, sunshine, or you're out the door. So if you're thinking about gender parity, I suggest you learn how to make a creamy iced latte, because that's where you're headed.
Thank you both so much. That was such an interesting talk. I guess I just want to ask a question about how exactly you built this corpus. Like, how do you go about getting all of these pieces of dialogues? Do companies provide them directly to you? And then also, like, in terms of processing the data, like, do you get any help in terms of, like, tags already attached to the dialogue already, or are you trying to, like, figure this out from what you're provided? Yeah, thank you.
That's a great question. And yeah, so we've been working together. We some of the data comes from game data that we sort of hacked out. Some of the data comes from fan transcripts, or wherever we can sort of get this.
They didn't even play any of the games they're talking about, which is why they thought Stardew Valley had really weird issues with dialogue.
The answer to this might be depressing, but in your research, have you come across, creators or studios or genres even, which do this well, where there are varied topics of conversation, where men and women get equal billing, where there is a good balance of male and female characters, and maybe also some non-binary representation as well? Like, are there good outliers that you've encountered?
It's a good question. There are games that do each of these things well. I've yet to find that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. And if you think you have that game, tell me. I think we've yet to find a game that we feel like does all of those things.
And issues completely, and the game flopped so hard it killed the IP. These activists cry out loud for games to be made for 2% of the population. And then when it crashes and burns, they just call everybody a bigot.
Yeah, so you started the presentation by saying that female players feel guilty about playing and they're not as proud of their achievements. So how does this relate to the underrepresentation in dialogue?
Yeah. It's a really good question. So you might think of it as, we know that, it's kind of too big a question to answer quickly, so I'm going to give you an answer that's going to sound very reductive, but forgive me, I'm going to have the longer version. We know that players want diversity to be better, right? But we
No, we don't.
also know that a whole bunch of women already play video games, and yet many
No, they don't.
of them report not feeling great about it, not feeling served by the game, perhaps not seeing people like them in the game.
Women need to see themselves in a game literally, not figuratively. And what I mean by that is men can like a character that looks nothing like them, but he can relate to this person. There might be one quality in this character that he says, this reminds me of it, this is understandable. Women aren't built that way on average.
I'd say, obviously it's a much bigger problem. We need some kind of improvements in the industry, we need improvements in marketing, we need improvements in game discourse online. Oh God, but we think that this is a good start. That being able to see women speak confidently and thoughtfully in a whole different range of roles can only be a good thing in terms of, challenging the view that games aren't really for them.
Yes, they didn't see the modern games in the last 10 to 15 years.
The Educated Dancer, get a hold of yourself. You're not a director agent. Affirmative, Commander.
If all you've ever seen in games is, women in latex bikinis, then you might not feel great about spending a lot of time doing that.
What AAA game features women in latex bikinis that somehow alienate other women? The only game I can think of that is Stellar Blade. So basically, one game in God knows how many years since Bayonetta, or maybe Nier Automata, that had very sexy female characters and outfits. That's 3 that I can think of in the last 10 to 15 years. But obviously this woman is acting as if every game has that. On top of that, research has shown that women would rather play an attractive, sexually objectified female character than an ugly one. That's just...
When I play a game with a girl, she always picks the big titty girl. Yeah, I mean, the only type of women that want ugly women in games are ugly women, so... Every time I run into a woman on CS, they are just bitches. Yep. Not just on CS, though. Everywhere. Dude, did anyone actually even care about that Destiny DLC that they did with Star Wars? The, whatever it's called, Renegades? I haven't heard anything about it at all. How a single Costco changes the local economy. Yeah, all of a sudden a lot of Indian restaurants start appearing in proximity. Sin and Seal with the 19 months. Renegades peaked at 80 to 90k, then fell to half that. So, pretty much Black Ops 7 numbers. Name one attractive girl that plays video games. I can't think of any.
Thanks, nigga. All right.
And Ricardo Comstocks with a 5. Jays are a venom to our people. We need to understand what is facing us. They are caustic. Yeah, and as long as the banking systems are operated by our wonderful elites, then, you know, we'll never actually have an actual country ever again. Central banking has to be completely destroyed once and for all. That is the stranglehold that they have us in. And Rogue Dio with the 2. Click the X Bungie dev video. Oh, this.
This final shape, it felt a little like a love letter at times.
Nasty.
We really thought about bringing that forward to the weapons, like Kvastov.
Disgusting.
It's the first gun you get. There has to be the narrative bookends of the first gun I got in the game. It's here in the Pale Heart. It's like this old friend returned. Help! Yeah. And we pepper in the number 7 in as many places as we could. So it bounces 7 times. It's got a bunch of 7s in its stat. You get 7 bouncy bullets when you pick up an orb of power. Bungie has a long legacy of loving the number 7, and this felt like the right place for it.
Hi, I'm Luke from Bungie. And I'm Shishka. And today we're here to talk about July 7th, Bungie Day. Yeah, Cold Storage. Huh? A remake of Halo Combat Evolved map Chill Out, available on Xbox Live Marketplace for 200 points! It's free, moron. It's a thank you to our fans for being oh so supportive. How cool would it be if on Bungie Day, Microsoft decided to lower the price of the Legendary map pack from 800 points to 600 points? What do you know? That's what they're gonna do. Isn't that neat, kids?
Bungie announced in a tweet they were increasing the price of seasons from 1,000 silver to 1,200 silver. So when you buy $10 worth of silver, that being 1,000, you actually get 1,100 silver. That's so generous of them. Funny how that works too, because that's just short of the amount needed to buy a new expansion. So to buy an individual season, you need to purchase $15 worth of silver. And guess what? You thought a $5 increase was bad? Let's take a trip down to the Microsoft and Epic Game Store, where there is no $15 silver option. The next highest is $20.
It's a satisfying feeling. What is this going to enable me to do? What did I win? What ability? How is this going to look?
Yeah, Destiny 1 had a lot more soul, that's for sure.
As you can see, there's a big, like, I guess it's a solar farm. That's what I'm going with. Big solar farm, right? If you turn around at spawn and look out in the distance, if you were to boot up D2 and come to the moon, you will notice that the solar farm is gone.
You have those eerie colors, the lamp at the top swaying, changing the shadows in the room. The same area in D2 looks like this.
Destiny 1 is pretty close to a perfect game, I would say. I don't know. I love Destiny 1. Destiny 2 never really hit the same for me. I still thought it was enjoyable for the most part, but Destiny 1 was special. Wait. J, hold on. I'll take any excuse to pull it up.
Choo.
I love that clip so much.
Choo.
Dude, I love Alex.
Choo.
Yeah. The globalists.
It's really not just one department creating something special. When you see all those things combined and the iteration and the back and forth, and when you get to this end result where it just feels like it couldn't be any other way. We hit on something amazing here.
I don't think anybody in this world has ever done anything worthwhile without being their own worst critic. I think that, especially when you talk about any creative enterprise, if you somehow believe that what you're doing is the greatest thing ever all the time, it's absolutely not going to be the greatest thing ever.
I think that my favorite absolutely is the Gorilla-drome. It is an arcade lost sector, and I think we can relate to spending our days in a sticky arcade playing games with our buddies.
I'm also so excited for people to see the puka pond with all of the pukas that have been like such a mystery since Beyond Light.
You're going to build it, you're going to play it, you're going to say, it's not good, let's try it again.
Every step of the way, I'm going, is this fun, is it exciting?
As we get toward the end of the project, we're just making smaller changes, tweaking how much damage something does.
We have to make sure that the doorways are the right size.
How's the cover playing out? We're the ones that have to wire it all up and make it work and make it fun.
Just a little more sped up, I think.
And ultimately, you might have an encounter that plays great.
Jump off there. Jump off here, you should be able to land. Oh, so close to making a jump. That's awesome.
Sometimes you stumble on it, sometimes you plan for it, but the most important thing is when you recognize it, that you covet it, and then you keep it.
The shipping game is always an approximation of the perfect vision. I like not having to be the one who decides when I have to stop, because I would never stop if I had any choice. And then the game would slip, and then we'd all get fired. And even then I wouldn't want to stop.
We were created for this moment, to deal with this conflict, to solve for this enemy. What the hell happens when evil finally arrives and confronts the traveler?
What is that thing?
Dude looks like Megamind.
Greed, pure and simple. Cashed it in, sold our souls, came out here. I mean, if you're going to sell your soul, Seattle's a pretty nice place to do it.
Blood is out, an unstoppable parasite that's capable of wiping out all life in the universe.
All of the halos are primed and ready to fire.
Oh, and you left that woman that you care about? Yeah, you left her in the clutches of the grapevine.
Chief, I can't trust you anymore. It's not safe.
Cortana.
Nice job.
Cortana is giving us cryptic messages.
Could you sacrifice me to complete your mission? Could you watch me die?
I don't think I could try Destiny 1 again, honestly. Like, just going back to controller would already be bad enough, but the 30 FPS, and I don't know. That would be a little too brutal. I feel like.
The Cloud Striders, bottom line, are cool.
Osiris and Rohan can go process their differences over some fermented tea or whatever. We're off to go protect the people of Neomuna.
I'm glad we're taking this very seriously. We're not asking to work shorter days. We're asking to work as hard as we're working right now, but just 2 weeks.
It's an amazing thing to be part of. That many people want something so bad that they're willing to spend that, that time and that effort 7 days a week.
As much of a death march as Halo 2 was, we got to the end of it, and there's a bunch of scenes there that are exciting and really fed the rest of the trilogy.
We started doing this because we were doing Crunch, and we're like, yeah, everybody starts eating the free food.
He's the reason why we have the weigh-in. He was a biscuit away.
Estimated body fat, estimated lean body weight.
I'm by myself for years.
Or you go to the bathroom, take a massive dump, you're like, this will compensate.
Sometimes that saves 2 pounds, who knows?
And so if we release an expansion with 2 raids, let's say, next year, our community is going to be upset if we go back to only 1 raid. Sometimes we have to tell them, like, we shouldn't ship this because it's an over-delivery that is going to set us up for failure.
We had this big 3-4-story building in Bellevue, Washington, had an elevator that went down to the parking garage. And one night I got into the elevator to go home. This is, I bet you, 2 months before I was fired. This other guy got in, and I said, "Oh, hi, how you doing? Are you new at Bungie?" And he goes, "Oh no, I've been working here for about 1.5 years." And I remember thinking, "Oh, goodness sakes, somebody's been working here 1.5 years and I don't even know them." And he says, "Do you work at Bungie? What do you do?" And I thought, "Oh, okay, that's the way it is now. Like, I don't know him, and he doesn't know me. He doesn't know anything about what I've contributed in the past." And I really, at that moment, I thought, yeah, I think that side of Bungie is now, that book is closed.
The art style of Marathon is graphic realism.
It's something fresh and sort of uncharted territory. Yep. Thanks, Joe. And hey, everyone. I'm Joe Cross, franchise art director of Marathon.
Yeah, which they just straight up, lifted from some graphic designer, which the art style of Marathon doesn't even look good. That's the crazy part. They stole some artwork that doesn't even look good in the first place. If you're going to steal something, at least make sure it doesn't look like shit. Ricardo Comstocks with the 5. We attempt to conceptualize our heaven, our comfort place. I try to imagine it, to me, is a world without Jays, period. And also, oh, right. Nah, Ricardo, this is pretty close. Hold on. Honestly, this is pretty close to what I would consider to be pretty much perfect. Yeah, it's just crazy, man. It's a different fucking world. We will never get to see that. It's very sad. We will never get to live that.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
El Rosario Soul with a 2. No good Bungie devs anymore. It's just a husk now. Yep. It's another one of these, shedded skin studios where exterior, yeah, it looks like it, but there's nothing to be found inside. Exactly. Yep. All the actual talent's long gone. And Ricardo Comstocks with the 5. Appreciate it, man. This is actual European culture. It's so lovely. Yep. It's the thing, man. It's like, you know, people for generations, you know, wanted to go to Europe to visit, to experience, you know, European culture. It's like, that's gone now. Why would you want to go to London or, you know, Berlin or Paris or any of the major metropolitan centers? They're just literal fucking shitholes now. So it's a shame, honestly. It truly is sad. And the same thing goes for the U.S. too. Like, all of our major cities are complete fucking shit. You want to stay as far away as possible from them nowadays.
Yeah, and wanted to take a minute to talk about some of the events from yesterday. It came to our attention that an artist who worked on Marathon in the early stages of pre-production took a number of graphic elements from a graphic designer without permission or acknowledgement and placed them on a decal sheet that was then checked in.
More than anything, more important even than quality, a live service is about being fast. And a fast game will become great, but a great slow game will very quickly fall behind.
The difference between entertainment that's successful and entertainment that's forgotten is only how people react to it. So no matter how successful we were on Halo 2, it doesn't matter how hard you worked, and they don't give a if it took you 2 seconds or 6 years and 20 gallons of blood.
Why does this even exist? It's just like a random corner of the map that has this thing.
Like, yeah, what is this thing? What the fuck? I've seen indie games that have less jank than this.
This is one of the things that's going to set apart Halo 3 from Halo 2, just that sheer number of tufts of weeds and grass to sort of help them blend into the ground and the terrain. I know that if there's one out of place, like when game ships, every time I run by that in multiplayer, I'll see that one blade of grass and I'll be very upset.
So it brings you over here, and if you just step down here, you can see right through the terrain. Beautiful.
This is something a little bit more important. The story that we're trying to tell has higher stakes. Whether we can do that, we won't know until that thing's in people's hands and they're playing.
First trust, then retention, then revenue. They were sticking around in all of our online communities with these megaphones shouting to everyone to avoid this game because it sucked. So we focused a lot of our early work on trying to repair our reputation with our players and our community. Not because our designers believed these were the most important root causes to our engagement issues, but because they were vocal pain points in the community, and addressing them quickly would clearly indicate that we were listening.
We only want to do right by these people because they are a conduit to profit.
We needed something that challenges and inspires all of us. Something that I think has enough ideas in it that will last us for the next 10 years.
We are blazing a ton of new trails. We're building something alive. It has a nature that we don't totally control. Things are going to happen that we don't plan, and that's amazing.
The best thing about Bungie is, even though you have these crazy ideas, you know that they're going to get funneled into a game that's fun.
We're creating something completely new, and it's a scary place, but if it's not scary, then it's not going to be good.
We all have a ton of passion. We all have just enough crazy to pull this off.
We didn't even know how big Halo was going to get. How can anything be bigger than Halo? We'll find out.
And this picture is old and grainy because it's an old picture I actually found on my cell phone, because we took down that motto a little while after D2 launch. And our new studio motto, this is a more recent picture, is we create worlds that inspire friendship.
Gay. Ricardo, don't fall for PK's lies. He is not white. He is Mexican. So, he's one of those types who lives in California that calls California Mexico and, you know, pretends it's not part of the United States. And, yeah, he has genuine hatred for all white people. But he pretends to be white to try and undermine us. Be careful. Be careful with PK. Dude, they are pushing this short so damn hard. Should I just click it to get rid of it? Maybe for once and all? I don't know.
Are you
this
coming to the
Taking these weight loss drugs in the modeling industry is so common. I
probably know more models that are on it than.
All right, let's see if it goes away now. Hooray, it's gone. Why the future looks Asian? Oh my god. Let's see. Let's see what this is.
If you've been online in the last few years, you know this song, and you probably know the heartbreak that comes with it.
Alright, awesome.
Since Eternals
Thanks,
came out,
nigga. Alright.
the genre has kinda exploded again. Everyone loves the aesthetic, the neon, the chrome, a tragedy. But I want to look past the vibes for a second. Because if you actually look at the design of these cities, have you noticed the future almost always look specifically East Asian? Go back to the grandfather of the genre, Blade Runner. It's 1982, and Ridley Scott imagines the future of Los Angeles. And what does he show us? Noodle bars, kanji everywhere. The streets feel more like Tokyo than California. Then you have Ghost in the Shell. The art.
Yeah, because it's a fucking bug farm. That's the whole point. It's a dystopian bug farm society.
Explicitly modeled the city after Hong Kong's Fallen Wall City. But the real question is, why? Why did Western writers decide the future looks like this? It wasn't just because it looked cool, it actually started from a place of genuine economic anxiety in the 90s.
No, it's a dystopia! Oh my god. Dude, Blade Runner is not a happy world. Blade Runner is a fucking...
tell me to my face to shut the fuck up.
The entire point of the source material of Blade Runner, which is do androids dream of electric sheep, is quite literally a dystopian society. It's not a happy, wonderful, technologically advanced society. It's a fucking, technological hellscape, essentially. It's not a positive representation. They're saying that if the world becomes more like Asia, it'll become basically technological hell. Oh my god. Yeah, let me throw out my favorite word, media literacy.
80s. So, today, I want to unpack that history.
Let's see. Oski Woski with the 5. You know what they say, Griffin? Never bite the hand that feeds you. What's this? Oh yeah, we can check it out. We can check that out. And Ricardo Comstocks at the 10. Our people are so beautiful. Our legacy unmatched. Only living people that are people are Euros and East Asians. Only people that are people are us, man. Yeah, that's the thing, is everybody wants to live in European society and, take some form of European culture. But, we're supposed to act like it's somehow bad. But yet everyone wants to live in our countries, not the other way around. And the ones that people do want to live in, like Japan, are basically, Western nations.
We are going to trace how the future evolved starting from the fear of Japan in the 80s to how that influence is shifting in the modern day. To understand why Night City looks the way it does, we have to travel back to the 1980s. And we need to look at two very different realities. In the US, the 80s wasn't all synth-pop and parties. It was the era of the Rust Belt. American factories were closing. Crimes in cities like New York was at an all-time high. There was this genuine feeling that American Gold Age was over. But across the Pacific,
it is.
Japan was living the future. This was a bubble economy era. Tokyo was clean, high-tech, and incredibly wealthy. While America was rusting, Japan was glowing. Americans were terrified. There was a legitimate anxiety that Japan was going to economically conquer the West. They were buying Rockefeller Center, they were buying Columbia Pictures. People thought, if this continues, the future belongs to them, not us. And academics call this techno-orientalism. It's the idea that the West projected its fears onto Asia. They didn't see Japan as a real place with real people. They saw it as this cold, efficient, high-tech machine that was coming to replace them. So when William Gibson wrote Neuromancer or Ridley Scott made Blade Runner, they took that anxiety and turned it into a setting. And why are the villains in cyberpunk always giant megacorporations? Because they were modeled after the Japanese Saibatsu and Karaitsu. Massive, conglomerates that controlled everything from banking to construction. And in the cyberpunk world, the government is weak and the corporation is God. That is a dark reflection of the 1980s fear of Japan Inc. So, the neon lights, the constant rain, and the kanji signs, originally these weren't meant to be good. They were visual shorthand for a dystopian future where the West had lost and the East had taken over. But something funny happened over the last 40 years. That fear faded away. The Japanese bubble burst in the 90s, but the look stuck around. It became the default way we picture the future.
Because it's bad. It's bad, bro. Let's see. Ricardo Comsucks with a 10. I have no problem with the East Asians among... Yeah, nobody has ever complained like, oh, there's too many Japanese people here. Or there's too many Chinese people. Yeah, exactly. East Asians actually have one of the highest rates of cultural conformity of any group of immigrants. So, if anything, if we had a mass immigration program...
Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
If we had mass immigration of Japanese women, for example, or even Chinese men, nobody would care. But instead, we're getting, the scum of the earth. So, Haitians, Somalis, El Salvadorians, Venezuelans, Afghanis, we're getting all the real, choice picks.
And that brings us to the visual language of the city itself. So, we've talked about the history. Now, I want to talk explicitly about the visuals. Because cyberpunk has very specific rule, high-tech, low-life. But how do you actually design a city looks like that? You go back to that place I mentioned in the intro, the colonial city. Before it was demolished, this was the most densest place on Earth. It was an anomaly, a lawless block where buildings were stacked on top of buildings. It provides the structure of the cyberpunk city. It's messy, organic, and suffocating. But if the bones of the city are Hong Kong, the skin is definitely Tokyo, specifically the Kabukicho district. And it's not just because neon looks cool. It's about why lights are there. In Western cities, lights are for safety. However, in cyberpunk and in Tokyo, the light is for advertising. And that's why...
Well, it's for both. It's for both. The lights are there for safety and advertising because the corporations rule, essentially. It's symbolic, but yeah.
Like the rain is so important in these movies. The rain isn't just weather, it's a mirror. It reflects the corporate logos on the ground, so you can't escape the commercialism even when you look down. And finally, there's a verticality. This is the ultimate visual metaphor. In this genre, your social class is determined by your altitude. The rich live in the sunlight, the poor live in the permanent shadow of the skyscrapers. And for a long time, Japan was the perfect model for this mix of high-tech wonders and crushing social pressure. Recently, the cyberpunk reality has shifted. If you look at the world today, there is another country that embodies this high-tech, high-pressure, corporate-dominated aesthetic even more perfectly than modern Japan. And that brings us to the modern era. Influence is shifting from the Japan of the 80s to the Korea of now. So, how do we know the torch has been passed? First, you just have to look at the media itself. The default Asian future is starting to speak Korean. Let's take Cyberpunk 2077. The most powerful netrunner isn't a Japanese Arasaka agent anymore. It's Songbird, a Korean intelligence agent. Or look at Blade Runner 2049. In the background, or on the vending machines on the tag, you see Hangul. But why? Why are creators pivoting to Seoul for inspiration?
Because Seoul is a hellhole.
It's not just pop culture popularity. It's because modern Korean society mirrors the cyberpunk themes almost perfectly.
Yeah, dude, modern day Korea is literally a techno-corporate hellhole. Basically, I think it's 3 or 4 political parties in Korea are basically the big 4 consulting companies there. Like the Samsung Group, the LG family, the Hyundai family, and then there's one other one as well. I always forget the name, but yeah, there's like 4 big families that constantly fight over control for South Korea.
Start with the high-tech part, the corporations. As we talked about in cyberpunk lore, the world is run by megacorps that control everything. From the hospital you're born in, the apartment you live in, and to the phone you use. In Korea, we have the Taebar. Companies like Samsung or Hyundai aren't just tech companies, they're pillars of the nation. The scale of their influence is exactly what Western sci-fi writers were imagining in the 80s, but it's real life here. And then there is a visual. If you walk through Gangnam or Hongdae at night, you don't need a set designer. The density of the neon, the massive LED facades, the 24-hour delivery culture. So is the aesthetic. But the most important connection is the atmosphere. Remember, cyberpunk is a dystopia. It's about people struggling to survive in a hyper-competitive system. And this is where the hell doesn't discourse comes in. The intense competition for education, the pressure of the job market, the feeling of being a small cog in a giant machine, the sense of anxiety that tech is moving forward, but life is getting harder, is the core emotion of cyberpunk. And today, the emotion feels very distinctly Korean. So the genre didn't just swap Japanese kanji for Korean Hangul because it looked trendy. It shifted because Seoul has become the new capital of high-tech, high-pressure future. So where does that leave us? We started with the 1980s American anxiety about a Japan Inc. takeover. We moved through the aesthetic of Hong Kong and landed in the modern digital reality of Seoul. What's fascinating is that this genre is a massive intercultural feedback loop. Western writers imagined a future based on the East, and the East built cities that matched that imagination. And now, Western games are looking back at those cities for new inspiration. Whether it's a corporate fear...
Oh, I hate this song. I always hear it on fucking Twitter. I don't know what the fuck it's from, but it's annoying.
Of the 80s, or the hyper-competitive pressure of today, we use the cyberpunk aesthetic to process our real-world anxieties. It turns out the future doesn't belong to one culture. It's a reflection of whoever pushing the boundaries of technology, and the price they pay for it.
Oh, there goes the chat. LinkedIn is everything wrong with society. That's pretty accurate.
LinkedIn is the worst social media platform ever made. You see, maybe...
Yeah. Dude, I refuse to make a fucking LinkedIn. I'll never make one. I remember I had to go talk to the dean of my business school because they were trying to require me to make one for a class, for an assignment, and I just straight up went and complained, and I didn't have to do it. It's just like... Bro, because LinkedIn, dude, there's no reason to have LinkedIn. LinkedIn literally just exists so that people you don't fucking care about can keep tabs on you, and then wait for the ideal moment to you know, try and get something out of you, essentially. But yeah, fuck LinkedIn. I will never have a LinkedIn. I never want a LinkedIn. It's from... Oh, the song is from Cyberpunk? Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah, I've heard that song on, like, Twitter videos and stuff, and it's annoying. Let's see. Schizo Garcia with a 2. I want none of them. We need an ethno state. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, you know, East Asians don't really cause any problems. They're overall very good net contributors to society. They follow the laws, they keep stuff clean, you know, they pay their taxes. Like, we definitely would not be worse off having a lot of East Asians around. Ricardo Comstocks with the 5. Imagine this world, dude. Of us, just us whites. Also East Asians, just us. Is this heaven for real? That's right, man. Plenty of Japanese women to go around. Hell yeah. Maybe so. Yeah, the 15-minute cities. Yup.
You're just searching for a job, or you might just be trying to do some networking. Whatever you're trying to get out of it, LinkedIn is sure to disappoint. Trying to use it to actually get a job is completely soul-crushing, especially for new graduates. You've spent years on your education, grinding away to eventually get qualified for a good job. Then, you can't find a job. No matter how hard you try, you just get strung along by multi-stage interviews and flaky recruiters. That's where LinkedIn comes in. With its monthly subscriptions and promises of a way into the professional world, the platform preys on the hopeful. You can spend months or even years looking for a job on the platform, slowly losing your savings and your sanity as the never-ending search drags on.
This is what Raymond uses for all of his job searching.
Worst part is, it doesn't seem like there's an alternative anymore. Today, the site is full of empty corporate bragging, AI-written slop and con artists. Making a real connection with your connections is very rare. But you've got to try and deal with this all to try and break into lots of industries. The site's full of posts like this. This woman is making up stories about how her LinkedIn follow account finally won her daughter's respect. All of that just to sell her book and brag online. Millions of these posts pollute the site every day, and the people making them have no idea how cringeworthy they are. But surprisingly...
Apparently, LinkedIn pays out the ass, too. If you have, like, a large following on there and your posts get, like, a lot of engagement, apparently they pay very well. Lord Danielson with the 2, hopefully going to buy the Prius XLE next week, or this week. Well, I hope it goes well, man. I hope you're able to get your car. Very nice.
That's not the worst part about LinkedIn. It isn't the scam recruitment messages or the humble brags or even the CEOs posting crying selfies after firing people. The worst part is that sooner or later you're forced to join in. In the corporate world, you're massively missing out if you don't adopt a fake persona, fill your profile with
False. You don't need LinkedIn.
inspirational quotes and pretend that you
Nobody checks LinkedIn.
live for the rat race. If you don't dance the dance, then your career could suffer. You might have spent countless hours on the site sending out applications and bashing your head against the brick wall of the modern jobs market. But unfortunately for lots of people, it's
Apply directly on the company's website.
unavoidable. Today, LinkedIn is a key part of the modern corporate workplace. The culture on the platform is just a reflection of what's going on in offices around the world. But as we'll find out, it's also played a role in creating that culture in the first place. And it's all thanks to a man named Reid Hoffman. Now, Hoffman is up there with the biggest names in tech. He lives and breathes Silicon Valley. But unlike other tech billionaires, Hoffman never relied on his image to get ahead. Instead, people knew him as the man with the connections. In the wake of the dot-com bubble in the early 2000s, he was the guy everyone wanted to know in Silicon Valley. If he saw potential in you or your company, then he had 1,000 big names he could introduce you to. A large part of this was thanks to his prominent position at PayPal. People always remember Elon Musk and Peter Thiel from the PayPal mafia, but it was actually Hoffman pulling the strings in the background. Thiel gets the credit for being one of the first investors in Facebook, for example, but it was Hoffman who actually brokered the meeting and introduced him to Mark Zuckerberg. While all of this contributed to his fortune, it wasn't what made him who he is today. Instead, Reid took his focus on connections and turned it into a product. In the late 90s, Hoffman had been involved with one of the first social media networks called socialnet.com.
LinkedIn is also a good way to get doxxed. Well, I mean, that's the whole point, is like you just literally can keep tabs on people. I really don't get the appeal of LinkedIn, personally. It's like, okay, so people can look me up, they can see where I'm working, where I have worked, and then just basically stalk me. It's creep. I don't get the appeal at all, personally.
Failed, but the experience taught him valuable lessons about virality and how to get a platform off the ground. A few years later, Hoffman was already rich on PayPal money and had all the connections in Silicon Valley he needed. But he saw an opportunity. While other entrepreneurs were busy messing around with generic social networks, he was going to create one for the corporate world. When it launched in 2003, LinkedIn was very simple. It was basically a way for you to put your resume online and connect it to other people. Hoffman wasn't even the first to think of the idea, but his connections and business sense meant he had the head start he needed. He had a two-stage plan for growth, which he later explained in a 2014 interview with Sam Altman. The first part revolved around getting the very first users on board. For this, Hoffman could just use his growing Silicon Valley connections.
How did you get the first million or even the first 1,000 users for LinkedIn?
So first 1,000 was easy. We just sent out invitations.
The site soon picked up momentum as other big names in Silicon Valley quickly joined in, but it still wasn't nearly enough. Hoffman had to tap into a very human fear. That's you're missing out. He needed people to think that everyone they knew was on the site, that they would be left behind if they didn't join in, that their careers would just be overshadowed by everyone else. This was where stage 2 came in, mining people's address books.
Probably the key thing that we innovated, and we were the first people to do this, that then caused the growth curve to change, was upload your address book and see who else you knew was in LinkedIn.
Hoffman is only showing people half the picture here. He's leaving out how all of this really worked. LinkedIn might never have succeeded if they didn't start.
Peter Thiel, that's not how you spell his last name, by the way, wants to run and control the world with AI, and he wants to live forever. I wouldn't mind living forever, personally. Be kind of nice. Schizo Garcia with the 2. I don't connect. Well, wait, hold on. I don't care about their ideals. If it ain't white, it ain't right. Hell yeah. But yeah, I mean, the thing is like both groups would have very high in-group preference, so there wouldn't be much intermingling.
Pushing their own plugin for Outlook. It seemed simple to the first users. It told them it would just take all of their existing email contacts and check if they were on LinkedIn. Then the site would ask users if they wanted to invite other people. It was deliberately vague, making it seem like they could already be on the site and that you were just sending a friend request. Instead, though, people would accidentally send out mass emails to the whole address book inviting them all to LinkedIn. Even though it did take around 3 emails on average for someone to join the platform, the sheer volume of invitations was enough and LinkedIn grew like a weed. Tactic worked, and their initial growth projections were incredibly ambitious, but LinkedIn still surpassed them by more than double. Imagine how much better LinkedIn would be today if it just still looked like an address book. You wouldn't have to wade through the knee-high quagmire of scam artists and useless posts. You could just connect with the people you needed to and get directly to the source. The job market would be far simpler, and you wouldn't need to spend 40 hours a week applying to jobs just to have a slim chance. Things would still be hard, but they would be a whole lot easier as well. But to monetize his product as much as he could, Hoffman had to go beyond these societal constraints. He had to push people's psychology further. To do this, he hacked into the same fear of missing out that the site had used to grow, offering people who paid further reach than the people who didn't. By 2005, just 2 years after launch, LinkedIn then rolled out their in-mail service. For a monthly fee, people could go beyond the people they had connected with and send spam messages to tons more people. They could even message people over 3 degrees of separation away from them, friends of friends of friends. Their press release even admits that most of these messages wouldn't get to replies, but people still ate it up anyway. And so this was the beginning of LinkedIn's monetization. Today, it's grown to astronomical levels, $30 a month for individuals. The way they sell it is telling, dangling stats about how much
Jesus, $30 a month for fucking LinkedIn.
more likely you are to get a job. Really, if you have a job, you don't need the subscription, so it's in their interest to keep you searching. Over time, LinkedIn would slowly create higher tiers and more ways for people to do this, adding in premium plus accounts, business accounts, all sorts of layers and artificial restrictions in the way of what the site used to do for free. It's just the classic startup strategy. Start out with a good system.
Ricardo Cumsucks with the 5. We both know Jays are the issue. Snakes, I try to do what I can do. Don't do anything that'll get you locked up, though, Ricardo. The colonel needs you, remember. Yeah, no one ever gets replies to job postings on LinkedIn. It's a massive
All right,
waste
awesome.
of time.
Thanks, nigga. All right.
Make sure, if you're going to apply for a job, apply on the actual company website, not LinkedIn.
Supported by invested cash, then make it worse while squeezing the user base for money once you've got them hooked. LinkedIn grew fast, so Hoffman could start this process quickly. First to 1,000, then to 1 million, then quickly to 100 million users in the space of a few years. But even at this early stage, LinkedIn was already starting to embrace ideas from other social media platforms. In 2007, for example, they began to build infrastructure for people to upload professional photos for their profiles. It was a small and necessary step for the site, but it still watered down the initial goal of LinkedIn, being solely dedicated to making business connections. Pictures of smiling professional people helped create the impression that LinkedIn was popular and worth joining, while slightly lowering the amount of actually useful information on the site. Later in 2012, LinkedIn pivoted away from connections almost entirely. They then began letting people follow other accounts just like Twitter. At first, it was just for a few select people like big CEOs or politicians. They could also make their own posts talking about personal stories, or their tips for business or whatever else was on their mind. But pretty soon, it extended to everyone. People were pushed towards treating the site like a sanitized corporate version of Twitter. That same year, they also let people add more pictures, videos, and other personal branding onto their profiles. The platform was now starting to look a lot more like Instagram and Twitter. The reasons were obvious. Like other social media sites, engagement was king for LinkedIn, and they wanted people spending as much time on the platform as possible. This meant hiding the old, bare-bones professional parts of the site, replacing it with more content and visual elements instead. The incentives of getting rewarded with actual benefits like professional connections and job offers quickly moved onto the site itself. No longer was this about getting rewarded with actual benefits like professional connections and job offers. Soon enough, it wasn't just about chasing that key introduction with an influential person like people had done in real life. Rather, the incentive was now about gathering likes and followers and online clout. LinkedIn had created a parallel dimension to the workplace, a more liquid corporate world where your false corporate persona becomes your entire identity. In the real world, you can only really humble brag and sell yourself to the people physically in front of you, and your ability to do this is governed by social convention. If you do it too much or too obviously, people just see through it. So LinkedIn took that corporate fakeness and turned it into a competition. You could now create a whole profile full of humble bragging stories and a list of your achievements dressed up to sound as impressive as possible. Whoever could rub their success in other people's faces in the most engaging way would get pushed to the top of the algorithm. It's how you can get posts like this after years of this process. Gary doesn't see any problems with bragging about how his wife might leave him, as he's completely
Brutal. It's probably fake anyway.
Invested in the parallel world of LinkedIn instead, and he's turned his impending personal tragedy into just a lesson for wannabe entrepreneurs. LinkedIn fully intends.
It's probably just fake anyway. It's like all those green texts on fucking, 4chan and stuff.
On creating this ecosystem. In 2015, they fully dove in, adding a social media style content feed they had borrowed from a startup they bought a few years before. This was the final nail in the coffin, and LinkedIn has just never been the same since. Before, LinkedIn had been about enhancing the professional connections you already had and extending your reach. Over its first decade, though, that completely changed. The idea became for users to use online cloud to get the job offers and the actual career benefits. Whether that actually worked, though, was another matter entirely. LinkedIn still dangled the carrot of career success in front of its users' faces, even after it became a pipe dream. You could say that this was all just a coincidence. There were clear reasons to do all of this that any modern tech company could recognize. Engagement equals profit when you're running ads and trying to get people to sign up to monthly fees. Plus, LinkedIn users are some of the most profitable users out there. Lots of people are happy to spend vast amounts of money as business expenses, and LinkedIn charges massive amounts for recruitment features. So why not try and create an ecosystem full of engaging content, rather than just an address book and a bunch of dry CVs? But it wasn't just profit. Reid Hoffman knew that changing and improving the very nature of the workspace would make LinkedIn an essential part of the modern corporate world.
What I'm most interested in is how do we essentially make products that make us much better as a group, both better for us individually and better for the system.
Reid had already tried to make a social network and failed, but with LinkedIn, he could slowly build the user base and add in the social media infrastructure later on to squeeze even more money out of it. Once it gained momentum, it would achieve his goals of improving people and changing them to better fit into systems. What does that really mean? Just take a look at how LinkedIn has changed people and adapted them for a corporate life. Today, joining LinkedIn means joining the corporate marketplace, but it isn't a free market. The entire platform is designed to be as good for employees as possible, while also taking as much of the power away from employees as possible. Searching for a job on LinkedIn is soul-crushing because of how it's set up. You might get tons of messages at first, but 99% of them aren't going to be relevant or trustworthy. Instead, they'll be from recruiters sending messages to thousands of people. They might not be hiring for your location. They might not be hiring for your actual job title. It just doesn't even matter. They only want information and maybe to hack your account if they're particularly malicious. With all their money and power over their own platform, LinkedIn could easily crack down on this, but they don't, maybe because it increases engagement and keeps people coming back to the site to check their notifications. Going the other direction and applying to jobs yourself isn't likely to work either. LinkedIn is full of so-called ghost jobs, job openings that get advertised on the site but aren't actually real. Lots of companies want it to look like they're always hiring. There are tons of benefits to doing this. They have a continual steady flow of applicants without really having to do anything. If they ever get someone vastly overqualified who doesn't know their own worth, it pays for itself. They might not even have a job opening, they're just looking to see who's out there. Today, the ghost job rate is at 30%, including on LinkedIn. In some industries, it's double that. So depending on your job, over half of the applications you spend days working on aren't actually going anywhere. We're not built to deal with these levels of rejection, constantly banging your head against the wall with no reward. But going through this process better conditions you for corporate life.
Yeah, the only thing you should do on LinkedIn when it comes to job listings is find companies with job listings and then go to the actual company website and apply for them there. But aside from that, you're wasting your time.
Most of these problems aren't unique to LinkedIn though, they just make the situation on the site that much worse. The real problem that LinkedIn creates is based on what it rewards and how it forces people to portray themselves. Creating a good profile on LinkedIn is much more similar to making a dating app profile than to writing a CV. To stand out on the platform today, you need to maximize the visual appeal. People add insane job titles, dressing up their actual experience to look amazing, with as many big corporate buzzwords as possible. The amount of job posts you make, the hashtags you include, and the reach they have are far more important now than your actual achievements. Obviously having good, real-world experience will still help, but it doesn't matter nearly as much as it used to. Your profile will likely get lost in the noise. That's another problem. Just like dating apps, you're subtly competing with far more people than you were before. Recruiters are comparing your CV and your profile to people across the world. LinkedIn isn't going to restrict who they see. The results are the same on LinkedIn for employees as they are for men on Tinder. The numbers just don't add up, and there are far more employees looking for jobs and men looking for women. Just like with men on dating apps, lots of people employ the shotgun approach. They just send out thousands of applications to whatever jobs they can find, regardless of if they're actually qualified. Suddenly, you're trying to get heard and noticed, even though hundreds of people are sending in applications at the same time as you. Your application might be well considered, you might be the best candidate, but if you never actually give your application any proper thought, then it just doesn't matter. Meanwhile, just like on Tinder, the illusion of choice makes employers far more picky. They wait for months or even years for that dream candidate to come along, ignoring all the real people who try to apply. Through all this rejection and all this useless work, people looking for a job still have to keep up this illusion. They have to pretend to employers that they're happy and positive and so incredibly excited to work in such a fast-paced, innovative company. It's just the same performance that people have done in offices around the world for years. But now LinkedIn has made it a 24/7 process. Don't believe me? People even have to keep up the performance after they've lost their jobs. Just have a look at some of these posts made after Meta fired 11,000 employees in 2022. They'll talk about how amazing Meta was despite just being fired. They'll say how grateful they were for their time at the company. They might talk about the overwhelming outpouring of support. Lots of them will post pictures of their dog or their children, another way that Instagram culture has leaked in. They all read out exactly the same way, and that's kind of the point. It's all a performance they're being forced to play out, just to advertise they're looking for a job again. At the same time, companies couldn't care less about how they fire people. They'll lay off thousands with pre-recorded video messages or emails. Some employees have only found out after their security keys stopped working on the doors. This is the final effect of LinkedIn and the reason why it's so malicious to people's sense of self-worth. Before, being fired was the opportunity to finally leave the corporate performance behind. You could let loose, take a deep breath, and for at least a little while be yourself. But today, you have to keep up the facade. The show must go on, and you need to make these kinds of posts, all while having the knowledge that the terrible process of the job hunt is waiting for you around the corner. LinkedIn is only going to get worse. Now AI has made the platform even more full of spam. Anyone can get ChatGPT to write an emoji-filled post about synergy in the workplace, and LinkedIn will spread that slop to thousands of people. Meanwhile, LinkedIn is hoovering up all the posts and data to train their own AI models, including all the information you put on the site about yourself. If you don't want that happening, you need to leave now. Now, you should do whatever it takes to succeed, but at the same time, giving in and going along with this modern corporate performance isn't truly necessary. To keep yourself sane and to keep some part of you alive, you can't give yourself completely to the corporate rat race. Otherwise, you might just end up actually believing in all of this nonsense.
Has to. Nah, I was just checking something. I was getting a message. Listen to the breathing pattern. Yeah, I'm like literally up against my mic, so I'm not like. I'm like leaned up against my mic though. Apollo is passed out behind me. He's definitely not waking me up. But... See, let me finish this up though real quick. Alright. I don't know if I can do the RTU breathing. I don't remember it. Let's see, do we have anything else to watch? I did want to get off early tonight, so it's already 5. It's not really that early. This. No, I didn't have it open. Another one. Let's get the first part. Go.
Is it? Yes, similar. I have the Apollo. Okay, I have one coming today.
Huh? Bro, he's got
That's
my
what
dog.
I'm telling you. That was my final piece of my audio upgrade setup here. Is for the last year, I've been using this Shure M7 Plus microphone via USB. I think it sounds great, to be honest. I think it sounds really good. Okay? But it seems like the audience has been saying, oh, you downgraded. By going to USB, you downgraded your setup. Because
yeah, he did.
Because now XLR was better quality than USB.
It
so your
is.
microphone has sounded worse since you went to USB. Okay? Now, the thing is,
true.
by using USB, I get all kinds of features. Number one, I get this. And then I just tap the mic again, and it unmuted. I have a tap to mute and unmute. All right.
That just seems like it'd be irritating. Like you're adjusting your mic, and then you accidentally tap it. Yeah, no, that sucks. XLR is way better quality. You get a bunch of noise on the USBs. Let's see. Ricardo Comstock to the 5. Perfect place would just be Euros and East Asians. We would make a perfect world together. Just us two. Cue the just the two of us music.
Right? That's because I'm using USB. Also, because I'm using USB.
Yeah, I guess Ricardo's a fan of the Asian persuasion.
This microphone is detected as a device on my PC that now I can use all these kind of filters on it. The actual microphone itself comes with a suite of like filters and things that I use. I'm using them actively right now.
No, just respect. All right, fair enough. Yeah, I don't have the yellow fever myself either, Ricardo, so I feel you, man.
Okay. To do noise cancellation and things like that. So because I'm using this via USB, I get touch to mute, and I'm getting all these filters and things on the microphone. The thing is, you could still have those. I got an audio interface coming. I'm going to turn this microphone from USB to XLR again. Okay, so it's going to go back to the old technology.
I need to buy another audio interface at some point too, because my other one stopped working. I'm using the shitty one that comes with my or no, I mean, it's technically an audio interface, but I bought it primarily for my headphones. And yeah, you can plug a mic into it technically, but it's not the best. I need to buy another one of these Go XLR things, but they're like $400, so I'm not really in a huge rush.
Technology that people are saying is better. I'm going to use the audio interface. That's now going to be the input source for the microphone for my PC, and I'm going to use the software that comes with the audio interface, because it comes with a bunch of software, to apply filters again. So basically, I'm going to stop using this as USB. It's going to become XLR again, and I'm going to have this audio interface that's going to be tapped to mute and change all kinds of volume levels. I'll actually be able to go, like, take the game audio in the game and have it go up and down on the fly.
Oh, so he's buying what I have, I guess,
without having to mess with OBS at all. Like, the audio interface should be able to take care of it. I think that's how it's going to work. But I won't know till it shows up and we mess around with it. But also, the audio interface is going to allow me to take headphones and plug them into it, and it's going to have its own surround sound, like, software application. So it should be able to take the game audio coming into my capture streaming PC and turn it into virtual surround and have it come through a pair of headphones. So, for example, when I'm playing Arc Raiders, I'll have headphones on. They'll plug right here into the audio interface that I'm going to have next to me, and I'll have surround sound. So it serves all these different actual purposes. Like I said, it's going to have better mic sounds, more on-demand, like being able to control the audio of the streams by just tapping and adjusting volume levels, but also it's going to actually give me true surround sound for the first time in years. Like, I haven't actually had true surround sound in many years. I mean, I would argue ever since I stopped using headphones back.
I don't think he'll actually... I don't know if it's like actual surround sound or not, but I don't know. Like, the whole audio file thing, I feel like is way overhyped. I don't think they can even tell the difference half the time.
You know, like 5 years ago. That was the last time I actually had real surround sound, you know? So now I'm going to get that back, which would be great, because I'm playing games and I can't hear things around me, and it puts me at a big disadvantage. Now, that's exactly right. This guy's name is Donger Ponger, but he says, sounds like a lot of configuring in your future. Good luck, Chuck. You're right. Number one, more rewiring. So I'm going to have a long USB cable go to this audio interface. Okay? That's number one. I have an XLR wire that's now going to come out of this mic to go into the audio interface. Okay? I'm going to have a wire here to plug into the headphones. And then I have to configure all of this software. So there's going to be a configuration for the mic where I have to put on all these filters for the mic to make it sound good. Like, right now, the mic sounds good because I have filters on it. So you can't hear anything else in my room. Even though there is noise in my room, you don't hear it, right? I have to do that all again from scratch with the new software. Then I have to use software to make the headphones sound good. Okay?
Store wouldn't take your stolen credit card.
So yeah, it's going to be interesting. But the thing is, I don't know if I'm really going to do it right away. Like,
super interesting, man.
It's coming today, but later today. And it's like, when am I going to have time to configure this? I got 2 streams.
It takes like 10 to 15 minutes, probably.
And I spent way too much time in this office in the last couple of weeks. I just keep finding myself spending more and more time with extra configurations, extra wiring, extra this, extra that. It's gotten to the point where I'm in here too much, you know? So maybe it's a situation where I either try to get in here early between streams one night for like half an hour, 45 minutes, and I have time to mess with it. Or it could simply be I have to wait, like maybe like on my day off, I come in here an hour and try to mess with it because I'm already in here too long doing my regular streams, okay? So that's coming. Like, that stuff's coming today. And once it's here...
At least he's not messing with himself, if you know what I mean.
And I mess with it, and, that's definitely the last piece, okay? That's the absolute last piece of all of this is, at that point, I can't even think of anything else that I would need to upgrade my setup. I'm going to have an XLR mic again, okay? I'm going to have surround sound headphones for when I need them for certain games. I'm going to have an...
I wonder why. I don't know, PK. Why am I still streaming?
Amazing dual monitor setup. Keyboard, mouse, or the best gamepad on the market with the Razer Wolverine Pro over there. Incredibly good.
Are you hinting that a Semitic fellow like yourself is finally gonna subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out?
capture quality, way improved face cam. By the way, way improved regular camera. If you haven't noticed, I just want you to take a look at my camera quality right now. Did you notice something? Did you notice in the last couple of days that it looks way more crisp? That's
Ricardo Comstocks with the 5 DSP is talking about time spent in office. Laugh my ass off. My entire career is in office. Exactly. You know, Phil, when he actually has to do something the normal person does. It's really crazy, honestly. Like, most people would think of setting up a microphone mixer or something like that as, you know, something kind of fun because you just bought a new piece of technology, and they would do it for free and just for fun because they want it. But Phil's acting like it's the hardest work in the world, like, you know, some sort of monumental task that, you know, only he is capable
All right,
of.
awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
I changed my setup, and there's less going on, and therefore there's less noise in the...
Yeah, I mean, I sit in my office, quote unquote, all day, which is just a repurposed bedroom, which that's what Phil's sitting in as well, so.
Actual, like, you know, camera, the lighting, because there's less noise in the lighting, it films better. So that's why I look so crisp. That's why you're looking like there's not really any noise anymore. You know, when I look at Phil's arm or I look at something dark, it used to be all these like dots and pixels going crazy. It's not happening anymore. Yeah, I cleaned it up basically. That's one of the reasons why having a simpler set actually works better. The camera quality was always good. It was just the noise was making everything look like shit, and now it makes it look great. You see? So overall, massive upgrades, but I want them to be done. Today, this audio interface is the last piece, okay? Literally the last piece, all right? Cool. Okay, by the way, another $5 super chat from Cold Bologna Sandwiches. The Apollo has near zero latency for signal processing. Something to think about. All right, guys. So I covered the topics I wanted to talk about. I hope you enjoyed this impromptu chill with Phil session. All right. So in a nutshell, to summarize, number one, it looks like Call of Duty's off the table. People are just not enjoying it. And there's not much I can do about that. You know, I tried to make Call of Duty work. I really did. And it just seems like
really did, man.
It's just not working this year. No matter what I do, people are not digging it. You know, I'm trying to get better at it. It's not working. People are like, nah, it's just not good. So I guess that's it for Call of Duty. Unless something changes and you know, people convince me otherwise. I mean, I could always go back to it. I have...
Unless people convince me otherwise. Gee, I wonder what they're going to convince them with. I don't know.
It's you know, it's on Game Pass. So there's no reason why I couldn't go back to it in the future. But it just seems like people just don't like it. Last night, people were not down for it. They were bored. They were like, do anything else. So I guess that's that. What can I do about it? Not much, right? So that's number one. Number two, the final part of my interface is an audio interface, and that's coming today, but I doubt that I'm going to have time to really work on it today. So it's coming, you know, and hopefully I'll have XLR microphone again, because this is an XLR mic, so I'll have the XLR quality back now with new filters. Oh, by the way, this thing is so cool. It has all these things where you can do voice changing and stuff, so I'd be able to change my voice on the fly and do silly effects and stuff too. Not to say that's a big deal, but it's something new I've never done before. I should have surround sound for playing games again. So when I'm playing a game like Arc Raiders or anything where I need surround sound, I should have that now in headphones again, which I haven't had in years. And then the third thing is I'm aware that now quite a lot of games have either wrapped up or not in the rotation anymore. So we're going to be looking for new games this week. We have 2 night streams tomorrow and Thursday where we're testing stuff out. We got a new game I'm testing Friday's day stream. We're going to see if Megabonk's good enough to keep in the rotation. We're going to see if people want this DLC for Pokemon. There's a lot we're testing right now that is in flux, okay? But I'm hoping by the end of this week, right, we'll have a new game lineup that we're ready and we're enjoying.
Dude, he's on a roll. He's not going to interrupt himself.
And also, you know, the setup stuff will be done. There'll be no more for future upgrades and messing with this stuff. Instead, it'll all future upgrades and messing with this stuff. Instead, it'll all be good to go, and we can just, you know, hang out and enjoy games till the end of the year. Because that's the thing. I'm tired now. I'm getting real, you know, it's just exhausted with the constant upgrades and things showing up, and like, oh, I've had enough. I just want to just game now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, dude, he just
Big
wants
channel ramble
to
for $2. I'm a supporter, but you suck at Call of Duty, brah. 100%, I agree with you. I'm awful at this Call of Duty. I cannot play Black Ops 7 to save my life, and I don't know why. Like I said, I do.
Yeah, I'm the same, honestly. Like, I had a few good matches during the beta, and then I got bored of it and stopped playing it. And then once the full game came out, I just started sucking eggs, bro. I mean, the game's fundamentally broken in some areas, but there's just something off about it, really. There's something really off about Black Ops 7.
Better with a knife or a handgun than I do with the regular weapons. I can't kill anyone. For some reason, on previous Call of Duties, this wasn't the case. This one, it seems to be the case. So I'm not going to argue with you there. Okay. Yeah, I could eventually do like Dark Souls mods and stuff, which we talked about doing. Okay. All right, everyone. Let's end this little chill with Phil. I hope you enjoyed it. And let's get to Pokemon, shall we? Let's get to chilling in Pokemon and get some stuff going. Like I said, I want to finish that post-game story today. I want to wrap that up and see where we can go with it. All right? Thank you so much, everybody. Okay. Let's get set.
Yeah, let's get some support, dude. The rise and fall of internet atheism. The sharp fall of Ben Shapiro. Let's see.
Things haven't been going great for Ben Shapiro. The former darling of right-wing media has been under a lot of fire from his right flank and is once enviable.
I just want to go on record and say I have never been a Ben Shapiro fan.
Position now seems very precarious. Only 8 years ago, things were dramatically different as Ben Shapiro was making his ascent. Back on November 13th, 2017, an article in the New York Times described conservative commentator Ben Shapiro as the cool kids philosopher. The article is a relatively gentle profile of Shapiro, describing him as a conservative firebrand who holds extreme views, who is finding a young audience online. There's a part of this article that has an odd echo in the present. It reads, Mr. Shapiro is trying to define conservatism at a time when its meaning is up for grabs, and the Republican Party and traditional conservative media outlets like Fox are built for older audiences. This is even truer now, but the next sentence in the article is even more interesting. Shapiro does not like President Trump, and he disagrees with his old boss at Breitbart News, Stephen K. Bannon, that Trumpism is the future of the Republican Party. Obviously.
Yeah, Ben Shapiro was a never Trumper, which is actually kind of ironic because that's what him and Nick Fuentes both agreed on back in the day.
Ben Shapiro has changed his tune long since then, and that's part of how Shapiro has succeeded. A combination of being morally lucky within the context of conservative politics and willing to sit at the altar of Trump, cashing in on the rightward shift represented by Trump, and knowing when to fall in line when he saw where that push towards the right was actually coming from. Not people like him, but the constituency more aligned with Donald Trump. This nimble movement helped him ascend the space to be one of the most popular voices in online conservative media in the early 2020s. But his metrics have been way down in 2025. In fact, I suspect further down than the publicly available data suggests. The reasons are many, and ironically, much of it is Shapiro's own making. I want to look through some of that history and explore just how someone can go from being one of the big dogs in the conservative movement to one of its favorite whipping boys. For those somehow unfamiliar with Shapiro's backstory, the very fast version was that he was a young conservative who got a taste of the limelight in conservative commentary before the age of 20. He tried to break into the world of Hollywood and failed.
I've written a couple comedies, kind of hour-long dramedies for, spec script.
And have they been bought?
No.
He helped launch the Daily Wire, a conservative media company that had massive success in its earlier years, although its fortunes have turned as of late. I made a whole video about that if you're curious to learn more. As the Daily Wire weakened as a company, largely as a result of bad business decisions costing them tens of millions of dollars and losing key talent, driving down viewership, being so closely tied to that company has damaged Shapiro's reputation as well. Even though he isn't the CEO who has been driving some of those bad decisions, this company is still very much associated with him as a talent. Where Shapiro stands on a lot of issues hasn't changed much over the years. Going back to that 2017 New York Times article again, his positions are described like this. His views are extremely conservative. Transgenderism is a mental illness, as per the Encyclopedia of Mental Disorders before 20.
His views are not extremely conservative. Well, maybe conservative, but maybe, I would say definitely not right-wing.
13. Yes, blacks have been historically discriminated against. No institutions are not broadly discriminated against them today. The rich pay too much tax. Abortion should be illegal. Social Security ought to be privatized, and Obamacare repealed. This is something I just want to mention off the top that, while Shapiro is currently losing ground to people more extremely right-wing than he is, back in 2017, he was already considered pretty far-right too. That should tell you a lot.
No, he was not. Ben Shapiro was never considered far-right.
But the state of modern conservatism right now, at least in the media space. One key issue is that Shapiro has been a steadfast supporter of Israel, making him vulnerable to criticism as he continues to run cover for the obvious genocide happening in Gaza, a sentiment that became more popular in mainstream media throughout 2025. In addition to that, there are several prominent right-wing creators, specifically Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens, who very much hold a grudge against Ben Shapiro. As Shapiro's view numbers sharply dropped through 2025, he was motivated to respond to the growing alternative in conservative media, one that was growing increasingly hostile towards him. A video from October 30th titled "Woke Politics Infected the Far Right" is his attempt to explain just what's going on.
You do have one party, the Democratic Party, that has increasingly made it clear that there is a population they do not like, and that population that they apparently do not like is white Christian males. That is the population that...
I wonder what other demographic doesn't like them either.
Must be targeted.
To evidence this claim that the Democrats are targeting white Christian males, he mentions the candidacy of Zohran Mamdani, who was...
Yeah. What other group votes 78% Democrat?
Recently elected mayor of New York City. Mamdani received, at best, tepid support for his candidacy from the Democratic Party, even after winning the party's nomination.
What is it, though, that has held you back? I mean, usually this is somebody that won a Democratic primary. You know, it usually wouldn't be that much of a question whether or not, you know, a congressman from the city of New York, the Democratic leader, would endorse him. What's giving you pause?
Well, we've had very good conversations over the last few months.
He even had supposed fellow Democratic politician Andrew Cuomo run against him in the general election. Whatever problem Shapiro has with Mamdani, it's incredibly dishonest to present him as a representative of the Democratic Party as a whole, or even someone warmly embraced by the party. It's one of the ironies of Shapiro, though, trying to present the left as being taken over by the extremists, when he has folks even further right than him entrenching themselves on the right. Shapiro's other example of the left targeting of white Christian males is even sillier.
You're people of faith? You go to church on Sunday and pray on church on Sunday and pray on people the rest of the week? What is this? What is this?
Right, the kind of scorn that Nancy Pelosi has for religious people, religious conservatives, who go to church on Sunday and disagree with her on politics. Well, that has led to a massive backlash.
I don't even know how to respond to this. I'm not even convinced that Pelosi is putting on an accent here, but it does remind me of how Candace Owens will string together nonsense anecdotes like these, attach them to a narrative, and pretend like it's a settled story. Again, another irony considering Candace Owens and Ben Shapiro are very much at odds, when their methods are quite similar. He gets sillier later on when he talks about how speaking Spanish is completely fine, but apparently when Mamdani does it, it has an undertone.
If you want to appeal to an audience, speaking to them their home language is a smart thing to do. But the entire undertone of everything Mamdani does is, I am one of you, right? I'm an immigrant. I'm not of Western culture.
How does speaking Spanish signal you aren't part of Western culture? The language comes from as far west as you can get.
Oh, come on. That's such a disingenuous point. He's not addressing native Spaniards. He's not addressing fucking Spanish immigrants. He's addressing fucking Latin American. Come on, bro.
In Europe, and it's spoken almost exclusively in the Western Hemisphere. What he means by Western culture here, I suspect, is whiteness. It's the only thing I can imagine him meaning because he's certainly not talking about geography. The problem with Shapiro's argument here isn't that it's laughably silly, at least that's not the problem I want to spend much time on. The problem is how similar it sounds to arguments made by white nationalists like Nick Fuentes. Although Fuentes hates Shapiro, I doubt there's much he disagree with when it comes to Shapiro criticizing the Democrats for attacking white Christian men. It all contributes to the same political project. While these guys are openly hostile towards one another, they are very much pushing in the same direction. Shapiro goes into greater detail about how he believes this rise in bigotry on the right arose, and he can only express it in terms where he accuses the left.
So if the left says that white Christian males are the problem, the way that you respond is instead a DEI for precisely the people who are said to be the problem. And now the idea is that the systems should only benefit white Christian males.
It's cute that he's trying to rope DEI into all of this, because there's actually a term already for what's being tried here, and it's called white supremacy. And trust me, no one from the right got this idea from the left. And I'm sure Shapiro...
Alright, I'm not gonna watch this, guys. I don't have the energy to deal with a fucking, like, that big of a leftist. Alright, let's see. Schizo Garcia with the 2. Can we watch How to Cope? I guess. Let's see. Can I copy it? By Rehab. How to cope in a healthy way, I'm guessing.
Vlad was right. There are no choices. Nothing but a straight line. The illusion comes afterwards, when you ask why me and what if.
Since it is the holiday season, I don't have to work next week, so why not make an extra video? Happy Christmas to everybody. Today's topic is going to be kinda dark for Christmas spirit, but this is what I feel like talking about. As some of you know, a gamer YouTuber, Mitten Squad, recently passed away, only a few days ago. I actually didn't know about him before. I don't watch gamer channels on YouTube, so I didn't know who he was, but when I saw his picture, what he looked like, his case got me interested. Apparently, he recently died from alcoholism, but the truth is, the more you learn about him, the clearer
he would drink a handle a day? Jesus.
it becomes that, in reality, the real cause that cost him his life was his poor looks.
Dude, I had a friend in high school that would drink a fucking handle every time he would hop in the Xbox party on Saturday night.
Alcohol was just a means. Oh, he died from alcohol. That is like saying he died from pistol. Like, you don't drink that much, blacking out 4 times a week in your room if you are not trying to self-destruct. That is the uncomfortable truth here, man. But of course, it is easier and more comfortable for people to blame it on alcohol. Again, I haven't watched every single video of him, just a few after he passed away, but when you put 2 and 2 together, it becomes clear, guys. Oh, he struggled with alcohol. Why did he struggle with alcohol? That is the question. Oh, he was depressed. And why was he depressed?
Is this what you were expecting me to look like? Probably not, right? I remember when I existed in the void before I was born. This isn't what I thought I would look like, but I really had no say in the matter. This is it, Paul of Mitten Squad, in all of his glory. You're welcome for the nightmares.
I don't know what he was thinking, making a face reveal. Bro, why would you ever do a face reveal when you are way below average? Again, I think the ego plays a...
Probably because he just doesn't give a fuck. I don't know.
part here. When you get to those numbers, to his numbers, over 1 million subs, you think to yourself, I am that guy. If fame gets to people's sets, you start to think, oh, I am that guy. Or you think, surely my looks aren't that big of a deal, right? And his channel actually lost views after the face reveal as well. Like, his channel lost momentum after the face reveal, it seems like. Again, maybe that is because of his quality, the video quality went down. Or maybe some other reason, I don't know. Just my observation. I am just saying. Dude, there is nothing to benefit from a face reveal if you are a legitimate sub 4. I don't know what the hell he was thinking, man. As a sub 4 male, you never reveal your face unless you have to. People are gonna lie to your face, bro. Oh, how bad can it be? This is why I wouldn't reveal my face, even if this was a gaming channel. Rehab, bro, I watched your every single video multiple times. I just want to put a face to the name. No, I'm not gonna do a face reveal. Oh, Rehab, bro, you are probably like Hamudi at worst. Dude, Hamudi is not even ugly. I use his pictures because he was funny. But if I truly believe that he was that ugly, I wouldn't keep using his pictures. The reason why he was sub 5 is because he was obese and balding, both of which are very fixable, you know. But on craniofacial level, on facial bone structure level, he was average. Hamudi gets a hair transplant and loses weight, he's not sub 5 anymore. But there is no surgery that will make mitten squad average looking. None. You can't fix that orbital area with a simple surgery. I mean, everything is bad there, bro. Spacing is bad, protruded eyeballs, eye separation ratio seems way too high, very visible negative cantal tilt. He had everything, unfortunately. And that wasn't even his only weakness. But I'm not gonna go into all that, you know, he passed away. Seems like a chill dude. Rest in peace, brother. I mean, really unfortunate, man. Life just isn't fair.
And take a shot every time I take damage, but it would have to be beer, not liquor. That would be horrible. I don't want to die until I'm in my late 20s.
It is sad watching this in retrospect. I don't want to die till my late 20s. 3 years later, he did die at 27. Obviously, he was joking, but under that self-deprecating humor, there is some level of depression, bro, which was manifested through his drinking issues, of course. I was also surprised that he's only 24 in this video. Looks 10 years older, at least. I mean, that hairline would be still...
Yeah, he does look a lot older than 24.
Rough, even if he was indeed 10 years older. Again, rest in peace. Looks like a chill dude. Just a bad situation, man. Life just doesn't work out for some people. It just doesn't.
You tell us about your high school life as a quiet kid. Is it really true or just for laughs? And how's your college life going? College is none of your business. And the high school thing is 100% true. I was the quietest kid in my class. I mean, they voted for me as the quietest kid. It's not up for debate. There were many a day where literally all I said was here during attendance, and that was it. I was not a fan of the words as a youth.
Again, nothing here is surprising. He didn't utter a word in high school. He was very high inhibition, and you can tell his college life was no different. It was exactly how you would think it would be. Notice how irritated he was at the question. Oh, college is none of your business. Don't ever ask me that question again. He was actually pissed off at the question. Mind your own business. Don't you ever, never ask me that question again. It tells you how his college life was going. That is why I always say, man, life is one big high school. This is one of the things that I wish I knew earlier. Kids are just more honest because they don't give a fuck about how they are perceived, about not breaking social codes, etc. I mean, I knew the popular kids in...
Dude, why Jeff Bezos married that nasty ass silicone hag? I will never understand. Like, that shit's crazy to me. Like, if I was Jeff Bezos and I had all that money and I was freshly divorced, I would just go pick up like 2 or 3 like model tier chicks and just, you know, have them follow me around everywhere.
My high school were popular because they were told, because they were in school sports team, whatever. But I still had this naive notion in my head that in college things would be different. Girls would be sophisticated and stuff, you know. I was like, it is just high school, dude. People are extra superficial douchebags in high school. It is gonna get better. I am become a well-rounded, high-value guy in college. Little did I know, life itself is one big high school. College is no different. It is just people grow super ego with time. That is the difference, really. You realize some things are not socially acceptable. In college, they become more concerned with how they are perceived by others. But in reality, they are the same person. People are gonna be polite to your face in college. Instead of being visibly agitated, being flippant, or, you know, outright disrespectful, they will be polite to your face, but you're still gonna get the same results nonetheless. If your looks don't change drastically, that is, of course. Life is one big high school. There really ain't much difference between adults and children. We try to come off as sophisticated, you know, deep and intellectual, not shallow. We try to attribute our success to hard work and take pride in it and stuff, but behind it all that charade, we are still back in high school, man. Behind all that mumbo jumbo, we are all in high school. Ground zero, where it all started. And that is what he had to find out as well. He probably went to college to build a social circle, only to find out that there is no social circle for your face. Only to find out that he's still the same guy from high school. That is why he got irritated at the question so much. Don't you ever ask me that again. Understand? None of your business. He was pissed off. He didn't have the heart to keep it real.
Let me show you something. 1, 2. You might ask my parents for help to keep track of what I'm going to go through here. These are some pretty big numbers. 3, 4.
These Jameson's
5,
cheap, I guess.
6, 7.
I was very much like him during my college years. I can relate to him, man. I knew I was not good looking. I was not delusional, of course I knew, just like he knew. But you still don't understand everything. You know, drinking, feeling sad. Drinking just amplifies your emotions, by the way. You reflect back on your life and second guess everything. I have been there, man. I have been where he was. And I can tell you it isn't a good headspace to be in. I am not sure if he had a girlfriend or whatever, but you don't need to know for sure. Put the pieces together, bro. Take into account his looks, you know, his face tells a story. Hardcore gamer, heavy drinker, getting blackout drunk in his room 4 times a week. He was the mute kid during high school. Come on, man. You don't have to spell it out.
Through and through.
He had this channel, and instead of focusing on it, he drifted away. gave in to depression. He drifted away to drinking to cope with his sorrow. That is around when I went down a different path, or I would have been 6 feet underground as well. I have been there, man. You are sitting on your behind, feeling sorry, drinking alone, reflecting back on memories. What if this? What if that? You are on a self-destructive path. After I found my way to the BP, educated myself, and contemplated on human nature, genetic determinism, the importance of looks, when I educated myself on a deeper level, the self-destructive path I was on stopped naturally. It wasn't even a conscious effort to stop drinking. I just naturally didn't feel like doing that stuff anymore. The more you learn...
Do you think fetal alcohol syndrome made him drink? It's possible. I mean, alcoholism is hereditary, so it runs in my family. I don't get addicted to alcohol, so it's not an issue for me, but a bunch of the men on my mom's side of the family were like heavy fucking alcoholics. So, very fucking large number of alcoholics on my mom's side of the family.
You feel on a subconscious level that you don't need to punish yourself. He, on the other hand, went down the other way, tried to drown his sorrows with alcohol. That is why I say, man, it has been a truly rehabilitating experience for me. I don't agree that it is negative. It was
Ricardo Cumsucks of the 5. I have so much... Oh, wait. I can have so much. My body can take so much. I do. This man is a poison. Do not be betrayed. What, the guy in this video, or someone else?
Irritating for me. Or it doesn't help you. It is just pessimistic. To you, perhaps. To you, bro. Just because your single-core CPU couldn't make anything more out of it doesn't mean it is the same for everyone. Speak for yourself. Just because a video game doesn't run seamlessly, 300 FPS on your decade-old computer doesn't mean it is a bad game.
Either SWAT and friends, my question to you this fine and wonderful day is, in your YouTube career, have you ever had any doubts that your entire channel will go under overnight?
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
It's surprisingly pretty difficult to get your entire channel shut down overnight. You would need 3 copyright strikes in the span of 1 evening, and for the kind of videos I make, that would be difficult to achieve.
You had something good going on there, dude.
We had a good thing, you stupid son of a...
That is as good as it is gonna get for a sub-5 male. Over 1 million subscribers. The rest of us don't have that privilege. Not every sub-5 can have that privilege of playing video games casually and live a good life just off of that. And safe content as well. Safe genre. You won't have to worry about waking up one day and find out that you gotta find a new job. Overton window is moving fast in today's climate. If you are running a politics channel, for example, what is acceptable today, or popular even, might get you cancelled tomorrow. His channel didn't have that risk. He says it himself. His genre is probably one of the safest content. He could just record his gameplay and make a good living without having to show his face. There is a major privilege as a sub-5. That life is as good as it gets as a sub-4 male. You know the line, if I can't be beautiful, I wanna be invisible. The rest of us don't have that privilege, don't have that opportunity. I had to go to college. I had to put my face on my resume when I was job hunting. I had to grind my grades to make up for my looks, I couldn't just upload a video game footage twice a month and make more than I needed. He had something good, man. He should have focused on that. His undivided attention should have been on that channel, instead of chasing a pipe dream in college. I don't know what he even went to college for. I'm assuming it is some art-related stuff, since he mentioned in one of his videos taking a Photoshop class in college. But do you guys know what his degree was? Like, why? Because if it was for a STEM degree, it is not worth putting that much effort, putting yourself through that experience when you have a channel like that. And if it was to have a social circle, then it is even worse. It is even a worse decision then. There is a pipe dream for people like you and me, brother. So sorry that you had to find this out the hard way. There's another thing about him that surprised me. I don't know why he wanted to go to college when he should have given his 100% to that channel. Bro, you probably got the best occupation there is for a sub-4 male, gaming YouTuber with 1 million subscribers without having to show your face. Life is not gonna get any better than that if you are not born into a loaded family. If I can't be beautiful, I wanna be invisible. I, on the other hand, didn't have that privilege. Like, what was he even going to college for? If he was putting himself through that excruciating experience for a meme arts degree, then I will be truly speechless, man. Like, what? And once again, it goes back to the same point I mentioned earlier. He fell for no...
I don't know. I don't see an issue with going to college. If you're making money and you can pay for it, why not? Ricardo Cumsucks of the 5. This Eastern Euro dude is poison to us. Yeah,
all right,
maybe
awesome.
so.
Thanks, nigga. All right.
I think the black pill content in general is pretty poisonous. It's the ultimate demoralization campaign because it gets you to give up before you even start fighting.
His lies. Oh, meet and squad. You just gotta put yourself out there, bro. And he thought it would be a good idea to try to build some social circle in college. Only to find out that no social circle for your face. You had something good, bro. Is it the ideal life? No, it is not. I'm not gonna lie. It is not the best life, but that is as good as it is gonna get for you in life. The best you can do is not punish yourself for something out of your control and make the best out of a bad, unfortunate situation. That's it, really. But since he was not initiated, he felt sorry and wanted to punish himself. Later, he tried to stop drinking and save himself, but it was too late by then. Damage to his body was done. Overall, a sad situation, no matter how you look at it. I was like him, drinking, other self-destructive stuff that I am not comfortable sharing right now. I could have easily ended up like him, very easily. And I know a lot of you are in a similar headspace, because I've been there myself. I understand not everybody can geomax, like many of you pointed out in the last video. But then the question is, what do you do then? If looks maxing or geomaxing is not viable, what do you do then? You start by not punishing yourself first. That is the first step. And the second step is, get used to loneliness. Sometimes you just gotta get used to it. It is not the best option, but there might come a point in life where you will have to learn to live alone. And step 3, you gotta stick with whatever you are doing career-wise. You gotta keep busy. You gotta focus on learning some skill, some level of financial freedom. You gotta try to make the best out of a bad situation. That's it, really. There is not a silver bullet for everybody. There is just keeping it real, man. There is not a quick and easy solution for everybody. Some people just gotta get used to loneliness. But yeah, I know this has been a kind of dark topic, dark video for Christmas, but you have a good one nonetheless. Don't be a free agent in life.
He's Romanian. He's definitely not white. Dude, ew. Look at that thing. How my mom passed away. Like, ew. Disgusting. Well, that kind of just woke me up being, you know, jump scared by that fucking devil. Influencer who smoked himself into psychosis. But I thought weed was completely safe and nothing ever happens.
Blazing the Asian is a YouTuber known for his cannabis review challenges where he pays people $100 if they can hit a blinker. Christopher Kim created a lifestyle centered on THC consumption that would ultimately fracture his mental state. On several occasions, Chris would have psychotic episodes that landed him in the cycle. During his episodes, Chris would steal cop cars, threaten pedestrians, and get arrested for lewd behavior. Losing his grip on reality caused him to spiral out of control and sent the internet on a frenzy. People were saying his psychotic episodes were caused by some genetic predisposition. He would later dispute these claims when he went on the Goblin podcast in 2025. Chris stated his mental episodes were 100% caused by heavy cannabis use. Since 2018, Blazing the Asian has been posting Instagram stunts.
Yeah, no fucking shit. It's a mind-altering drug.
Where he would take unholy amounts of edibles on camera. It wasn't uncommon for Chris to take extremely high doses of THC. He would consume 3,000 milligram THC gummy bears in one sitting, drink 5,000 milligrams worth of THC juice along with a few bong rips. The recommended dose is 100 milligrams to 250. Bro was taking the whole packet, hitting blinkers, doing bong rips. Essentially, he was frying his brain for our entertainment. This would catch up to him later in 2020. Chris reflected on his drug use, telling Goblin, "I started tripping at 14, taking LSD at school, and smoking salvia." Chris recalled getting arrested at school for selling LSD to a classmate. He was throwing chairs at teachers because he himself was still coming down from an acid trip. 1 year later, while on acid, he punched a stranger in public because he thought they were in the Truman Show, believing everyone was an actor on a TV show that he didn't know about. After several bad acid trips, Chris decided to quit taking psychedelics and focus on making weed content. During this time, Chris would sell pounds of marijuana at Rutgers University to fund his Instagram page. Becoming the plug for college students would be very profitable. He even went so far as to buy $20,000 worth of ZA from California plugs to sell on campus. Chris entered a group chat with 9,000 other students who wanted to buy substances. The thing is, he used his full government ID, picture, and was not being anonymous whatsoever. Chris became extremely paranoid after discovering an undercover cop outside of the frat house he was staying at. He locked himself inside the frat house, not eating or sleeping for 6 days straight. Chris was fully convinced people were lacing his food and water with acid. Not only that, he lost $80,000 in one night by gambling and was beginning to go into a manic episode. His fraternity brothers eventually called his parents because he was losing his grip on reality. Chris was taken into psychiatric care because he was extremely paranoid and having grand delusions.
At that point, I thought everyone was actors because I was like, no way, people are like this in real life. I had a theory that I was in a movie. Everyone was an actor.
You're on set right now.
Everyone was like set like a Truman Show. Everything was like everyone was like a New York City crackhead. I thought the TV was talking about me, the news was talking about me. So I went up to the 3rd floor of my house. And I was like gonna jump off.
Oh shit!
Head first. In my mind, I didn't see EMT or police anywhere, and like I got pulled back the same moment I decided to jump off. Once the first Psychosis episode starts, it won't stop unless I quit weed for a year. That was the pattern that happened.
After this incident, Chris was going in and out of the psych ward for about 6 months because every time he did a bong rip, he would slip into another psychotic episode. In January of 2021, he had stolen an unmarked police car in Staten Island because he always wanted to be a cop. Chris's psychiatrist scanned him for a genetic predisposition of mental illness. He concluded that Chris kept having psychotic episodes because he's been smoking weed 24/7 since the age of 14. Chris decided to take a year-long break from drugs and alcohol. During his recovery, he was unable to socialize with people and began isolating in his parents' basement. Eventually, Chris invested his trap money into content creation by starting to post blinker challenges, collabing with rappers, and uploading blogs on YouTube. Due to the nature of his content, Chris started consuming cannabis once again. Since he was taking medication for his previous psychotic episodes, the ZA didn't affect him as much, but he kept on smoking more and more until he eventually slipped into another psychosis. In the beginning of 2025, Chris started posting random cryptic messages on social media, rambling on Instagram Live, and having a mental breakdown on camera. Fans were concerned for his mental well-being because he seemed completely out of it. 10 minutes after leaving the psych ward, Chris went on Instagram Live and started harassing a man on the street.
Cool, bro. I'm cool. You cool? Bro, you cool? You I know people who know you, bro. I'm not playing with you. I can back up, bro. What you gonna do? What? What you gonna do? Just like, you done? Alright, bro. Back up. I'm just kidding.
They're not sending their best.
Schizo Garcia with a 2. It's not the alcohol, Ricardo. You're just a spurg and spaz. Damn. Ricardo is an enlightened individual. I don't know. Why are you calling me Ken Griffin? I don't know who that is, but that's like the 4th or 5th time I've seen that.
Bro, oh my bad. For real, bro. What's good with you, bro? My bad. Oh my bad. I just got out of the hospital, bro.
The man pulled a gun on Chris, but he kept following him.
What? See what? You got scared right See what? I got scared? Bro, come on, bro. I got scared.
Please talk to Ricardo. Why? We've already had the talk before. Ricardo seems to be in good spirits tonight, and not just the alcohol kind.
You're being live streamed. You being scared? I'm doing that because I'm here? You don't know who I know. You terrified, right? You terrified, right? I'm falling to your car. That's embarrassing, bro. It's embarrassing? For you, bro. For me? How many people watching you do nothing? You try to act like you have a strap. You don't got straps. I got straps. Come to my car right now. Come to my car right now. Are you scared? Come to my car right now. Let's go. We're in live stream. Don't be a bitch. My bad, guys. I can't get mad like that. They told me I don't have to go to any meetings anymore at the hospital, and I'm good. They said it's optional now since I served my time.
It was evident that Chris was still having a psychotic episode even though he was cleared to leave the hospital. Not too long after, Chris hopped on Instagram Live once again where he decided to smoke more weed on camera. It was pretty disturbing to watch because he kept singing Bruno Mars songs, random songs, telling everyone that I'm gonna be the next Nelk boy, rambling on and on, saying the N-word over and over again, talking to police like very incoherently. It was very disturbing to watch because he was literally losing his grip on reality. His demeanor can be compared to Steve-O when he was at the depths of his drug binge. Eventually, Chris's girlfriend called the police because he was at her apartment tweaking out. They asked him a few questions before once again taking him to the psych ward. Blazin the Asian is a prime example of weed-induced psychosis. Not many people believe this actually exists because people assume that, oh, you must have some genetic predisposition or someone in your family has mental illness. No, anybody can go into a weed-induced psychosis. People are gonna say, bro, I've been smoking weed since kindergarten, I'm fine, but everybody reacts differently to certain substances. Chris explained that when he first started smoking, he would always get extremely paranoid but kept smoking until he enjoyed it. Starting daily use at age 14, when his brain isn't fully developed, definitely played a role in his future psychotic episodes. Combine the stress of dealing pounds of drugs, along with schoolwork, content creation, and relationships, it was only a matter of time before he snapped. Chris reflected on his experiences, saying he's going on another year-long
It's just pathetic, bro. The dregs of society.
Tolerance break. Only this time, he's not in a hurry to smoke weed again because it doesn't seem necessary. Blazin the Asian plans on doing more gym content, rap videos, and vlogs in the near future. He's reposting old content since he deleted all his videos. In the end, this was a tale of a man who smoked himself into psychosis and lived to tell his story. If you enjoyed this video or have something interesting to say, please write it down because I want to hear your thoughts and opinions, but I appreciate you. Hey.
What girls actually want. Hashtag black pill.
Oh my gosh, you're gorgeous, aren't you?
Oh, you're gorgeous.
Yeah. Oh, I have a boyfriend, but you're gorgeous.
What? I don't want this. Ew. You need this. You need to become a...
Skip it up, fucking loser faggot.
You have to become gay if you want a girlfriend. It's over, dude. You want? Is that your type, Ricardo? Short hair? You want a good woman? I hope you can find one someday, Ricardo. They're a rare breed. Yes, Griffin, she's what ancient Greek towel boys used to look like. Yeah, exactly. And I ain't gay. Red velvet cake is just chocolate cake with cream cheese icing. Just so you know. There's only a few women that can pull off the short. Yeah, but they all look better with long hair. That's the problem. There's not a single woman on this earth that looks better with short hair versus long hair. And I'll die on that hill. Not one. Ricardo Cumsucks with the 5. 2 weeks ago, I watched my sister give birth to my niece. It was a moment for me. That's cool, man. It's nice you were able to be there. Very nice. It puts it all into perspective
awesome.
what life
Thanks,
is
nigga. All right.
actually about. So, that's nice you were able to be there. The fuck is that? Hold on. Oh. Look, the face reveal video. Wowie zowie. Is this guy still uploading?
There are thousands of ways to modify your weapons in Fallout 4, but it's...
Or no, they said he died, right? I don't fucking know.
There are thousands of ways to modify your weapons in Fallout 4, but it's not a perfect system. For example, you can't put a...
No, he died? Yeah, I forgot what the... Damn, I need something to drink. What the video said, I didn't remember. Yeah, I've been awake for I think what, close to 45 hours now. Brutal. I think like 45 hours or something like that. Not good. Yeah, I wasn't able to sleep. So, I laid down for like 6 to 7 hours. Couldn't fall asleep. Let's see. That's definitely true. The Game Awards is not for gamers. That's true. America's insane sugar addiction compared. Yeah, it's the #1 addiction in the country.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Pure sugar is pure energy.
and sugar make it different and wonderful because they taste delicious.
Sugar is in so many of the foods we eat. It's loaded into our granola and our juice and our barbecue sauce and salad dressing. In fact,
Juice?
Some 3/4 of packaged foods and drinks in the United States now carry caloric or low-calorie sweeteners, or a mixture of both. But it's also added into foods that might surprise you, like bread, yogurt, spaghetti sauce, and soup. In fact, many of the foods that you might consider to not even be sweet might actually be packed with more sugar than a candy bar.
Yeah, most people don't actually know what sweet means. It's the reason why, you know, the why people don't season their chicken meme exists, because, you know, lower income people will just say fry their taste buds on eating a bunch of sugary shit, salty, overly flavored, artificial flavors. Like, they just basically fry their taste buds. So anything that tastes like real food tastes like nothing to them, because they're so used to the fucking chemically formulated slop that they shove down their gullet all the time.
Bar. And although Americans' appetite for sugar has slowed in recent years, they still remain the biggest consumer of sugar on the globe. But as
That's interesting that Germany's up that
Americans'
high.
appetite for sugar has slowed in recent years, they still remain the biggest.
That's interesting. I wouldn't think Germany would be. Huh. I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense, because most Germans do love desserts. But, like, what type of sugar are Germans using? I don't know. Because I know they like sweet wines, but that's more so because of the climate. But yeah, that's actually kind of surprising. Yeah, I would have thought Mexico or something like that too. Yep.
Consumer of sugar on the globe. But as an American who lives abroad, it got me wondering, how much more sugar are Americans consuming than Europeans on the whole? How do our everyday products differ when it comes to the sweet stuff? Well, in today's video, we'll unpack those reasons, including labeling rules, industry choices, taxes, and public health programs, and show the data behind it. So, let's get started. As I've gotten older, sure, my taste buds have changed, but each time I go back to the United States and visit my family and friends, I find myself thinking, geez, this stuff is sweet. And for sure, some foods are supposed to be sweet. I expect to feel the sugar crystals between my teeth as I take a bite into a gooey chocolate chip cookie. But what about things like bread, cereal, yogurt, ketchup, and milk? Was I just imagining things, or are American foods really
Dude, I fucking hate ketchup.
sweeter? Well, the short answer is, yeah, they are. Peer-reviewed analysis comparing soft drink cereals and yogurts do show substantial variation across countries. However, in many comparisons, sugar reductions were greater in some European markets than in the United States. Take this box of Kellogg's cornflakes. Look familiar? Well, the ingredients aren't the same. This box from the US has 10.7 grams of sugar per 100 grams, but this box from the United Kingdom and across the EU has just 8. Same with this box of Cookie Crisp. The US box has a whopping 34.6 grams of sugar per 100.
Dude, Cookie Crisp fucking sucks. I got this one time, and it was like the most disgusting shit ever.
Gram serving, while boxes sold in the UK and the European markets vary between 24 and 25 grams per same serving size. Now, for sure, one could easily argue that Cookie Crisp isn't pretending to be a health food, but you're still talking about
Yeah, but what's the serving size difference between the two?
10 grams of sugar. And when you consider that the American Heart Association recommends a daily added sugar limit of 24 grams for women and 36 grams for men, those extra grams of added sugar make a huge difference. But what about products outside of the cereal aisle, like the pasta sauce aisle, for example? Marinara sauce might seem like a savory staple. After all, it's America's favorite sauce, but one of America's most popular brands is also sickeningly sweet. Bertolli's tomato and basil sauce has a sugary sweet 11 grams of sugar per serving. And with 5 servings in total, that means that just one jar of this pasta sauce has 10 grams more sugar than a bag of Skittles. In Germany, Bolognese reigns supreme, with Bertolli's Bolognese having just 20 grams per jar, about a third of the sugar content. Which, for sure, these are different flavors, but it goes to showcase the differences in consumer preferences, with sugary options coming out on top in the United States. And that's something that I've noticed when I am back stateside at a grocery store in the US. Their stores have a plethora of options for almost all staple items, like yogurt, for example. Not just stopping at plain or vanilla, but literally hundreds of options here come with fruit on the bottom, sprinkles on top, M&Ms mixed in, and almond butter swirled over top. The choice is overwhelming, but it's also what consumers have come to expect. And in the bread aisle, sweetened options like King's Hawaiian, brioche, and cinnamon raisin bread are front and center, not categorized as sweets or pastries. And even enriched white bread like the classic Wonder Bread has approximately 50 grams of sugar in a loaf, all of which are added. And all of the sugar adds up. Worldwide consumption.
Yep, and you don't need sugar in bread because carbs literally become sugar. So, that's the thing, man. I don't know. Like, I found, like, this one type of bread I buy at the store if I do get bread, and it's just literally got wheat, water, and I think like yeast or something. I don't remember. It's got like 3 ingredients, and that's it. No sugar.
Has tripled over the past 50 years, and this increase is expected to continue, particularly in emerging economies. However, amongst similarly wealthy nations, the US still tops the list when it comes to sugar consumption. And let's run through those numbers. Every year, we produce millions of tons of the stuff. In 2024, according to the USDA, the world churned out just over 180 million tons of sugar. And the country that consumes the most of all of these sugars, as it turns out, is the United States. In fact, each American consumes about 126.4 grams of sugar daily. Or, to put that into perspective, that's a little over 11 Reese's peanut butter cups. But hold on a second.
That's why everybody's so fat.
Let's be fair here, because yes, while the US leads the pack, it certainly isn't the only country with a sugar problem. Germany, interestingly, comes in second with daily sugar consumption of 102.9 grams per person per day. This is followed by the Netherlands at 102.5.
Yeah, I don't really picture Germany as eating a lot of fucking sugar. I don't know why.
I have Ireland at 96.7, Australia at 95.6, Belgium 95, and the United Kingdom at 93.2 grams. All of the countries shown exceed the WHO's recommendation intake for an average adult by a substantial margin. And listen, general scientific consensus is that, to some degree, sugar is sugar. You are welcome to debate yourselves in the comment section, but a robust study of research indicates the human body does not distinguish between natural sugars and added sugars. It processes them all as glucose for energy and storing.
That's false. Naturally occurring sugars are much better for you.
Any excess is fat. So even if you were to make the switch from corn syrup to real sugar, when you're going over the recommended sugar intake by this substantial of a margin on a regular basis, you're probably going to have adverse health implications. However, the body's reaction to sugar differs significantly based on the food's context, as whole fruits contain fiber, vitamins, and nutrients that slow sugar absorption and provide satiety, unlike refined sugars. And this difference in the surrounding matrix is crucial for health, even if the sugar molecule itself is indistinguishable. And added sugars can masquerade under many different names on food labels, a tactic that the food industry uses to confuse consumers and obscure just how much sugar is really in our food. For the American diet specifically, the culprit for this high sugar intake largely relates to the quality of food, with around 60% of the US diet consisting of processed foods on average. And
yep, that's the other problem too, is processed foods are like literal fucking cancer. So processed foods and added sugars, and then like the trans fats and the seed oils and all that wonderful stuff.
These processed foods typically contain more calories, more fat, more salt, and more added sugar. Furthermore, Americans consume a substantial amount of sugary beverages. This includes beverages such as energy drinks, specialty coffees like those super sweet frappuccinos, and sodas, which, by the way, Americans really enjoy. So while again, to some degree, sugar is sugar, context really matters here. Germany, for example, which again was the second highest in per capita sugar consumption, their sugar comes significantly from different sources and contextual settings. People here love their Kaffee and Kuchen, an afternoon ritual with short socializing with friends or colleagues. In fact, 36% of added sugar intake in Germany comes from confectionery goods, followed by juices and nectars at 26%, and soft drinks at just 12%. But these short sugar pauses are most often balanced with dietary balances of fresh regional foods, portion control, and active lifestyles, and a government which actively lobbies food manufacturers to cut out unnecessary sugar. Which leads me to my next point.
We can't even drink soda for crying out loud. It's ridiculous. This is a democracy, and we should have a choice.
This is going to bankrupt the country. Our medical.
Yeah, I need my Coca-Cola. My kid need his Sprite, cranberry Sprite, like from the LeBron James commercial.
System cannot handle it.
Obesity is a national problem. I don't think you can solve it by banning one of many sugary things out there.
It's no secret that a loud
Yes, you can.
and vocal portion of American citizens
Put a limit on how much added sugar you can have in a soda. Limit it to 8 grams.
see any attempt by the government to regulate their diets as an infringement on their freedom.
Got the essence of contemporary liberty.
Dude, it's like the quartering when they were trying to take out that carcinogen, fucking red, whatever color, like the dye that's linked with cancer. He's like, they're taking away my freedom. Like, oh yeah, your freedom to get cancer, congratulations. Like, dude, I don't fucking care. Like, none of this food is fucking real. That's the thing. It's not infringing on your freedom. It's infringing upon your fucking goy slob.
That is something preposterous and something sinister.
Even if they would probably be better off for it.
Why does anybody need 32 ounces of liquid sugar?
Famously, in 2012,
You don't.
New York City's former mayor Bloomberg proposed a soda ban, which aimed to limit sugary drink sales to 16 ounces in order to fight obesity. Pushback was swift, and ultimately, it was struck down in 2014 by the state's highest court.
The rule is arbitrary and capricious because it applies to some, but not all food establishments in the city.
And Cook County, which is home to Chicago, Illinois, passed a 1 cent per ounce tax on soda in August of 2017. A massive retail and beverage industry advertising, plus consumer backlash, followed, and the county board repealed the tax just 2 months later. But even if you were someone who sits firmly in the camp of self-accountability, data shows us that government interventions actually work. Taxes and national reduction programs appear to have measurable effects, and that actually might explain a huge chunk of the cross-country differences. Take the United Kingdom, for example. In 2018, the UK government introduced the Soft Drinks Industry Levy, or the sugar tax, a tiered excise that applied to producers and importers of soft drinks in the United Kingdom that contained added sugar. And this essentially led many manufacturers to reformulate their recipes to fall beneath certain thresholds. And emerging evidence shows that the levy is having a significant impact by encouraging reformulation and decreasing the volume of sugar purchased through soft drinks. In fact, after the levy, manufacturers heavily reformulated their products, significantly reducing the sugar content by 46% in a 5-year period, and replacing sugar with low-calorie sweeteners to avoid the tax. While overall soft drink sales volume remained stable, sales of low-levy and high-levy drinks decreased, while sales of no-levy drinks increased, indicating a shift in consumer choice and product offerings. Plus, new research has shown that the levy has led to a significant drop in the amount of sugar in people's diets across the United Kingdom, with the amount of sugar consumed by children and adults from soft drinks decreasing significantly, by around half in children and by about a third in adults, after the sugar tax was announced. Now, in anticipation of the counter-argument, yes, while the levy has been successful in reducing sugar, many manufacturers just simply increase the use of artificial sweeteners. And again, without getting into the weeds here, there is really no conclusive evidence that they are inherently healthier than refined sugar. That being said, while correlation does not equal causation, there have been positive changes in public health trends attributed to the sugar levy in the UK, such as an 8% reduction in childhood obesity, particularly in primary school-age girls, and a 12% reduction in hospital admissions for tooth extractions in children. But the UK isn't the only European nation that has
Wait, someone from the UK going to the dentist? I don't believe it.
battled sugar consumption with
That
regulatory
doesn't
action.
happen.
Elsewhere in Europe, countries such as Finland, France, Hungary, Ireland, Poland, Spain, and Portugal also have sugar-sweetened beverage taxes, or more heavily taxing sugary drinks depending on the sugar content. So some countries use flat taxes per liter regardless of sugar level, or VAT increases on sugar drinks rather than a tiered excise like what they have in the United Kingdom. But some countries don't have any at all. Germany, for example, has been mulling over the idea of a sugar tax, but has yet to actually take any action on the stance. Rather, manufacturers have been encouraged to lower the sugar levels in drinks voluntarily, but this has had little to no effect to date. On average, manufacturers have only reduced the sugar content of soft and energy drinks by a mere 2%. And listen, I think even if you are someone who is staunchly against any new taxes, you like saving money, right? Researchers calculated that if implemented in Germany, it could prevent up to 240,000 cases of type 2 diabetes over the next 20 years and reduce anywhere from 17,000 to 30,000 deaths, saving the country 4 billion euros in the healthcare system alone. In my opinion, the question isn't whether or not we should be implementing a sugar levy, it's whether or not we can afford not to. But taxes alone aren't the only regulatory tool that governments and their agencies can use to help curb sugar consumption. And at least in this space, there has been more international buy-in on both sides of the pond. Not quite a decade ago, the US did a bit of an overhaul on the nutrition facts label that you find on the back of your products. One of these changes was to require a declaration of added sugars in order to help consumers understand the difference between naturally occurring sugars and those added during the product's processing, allowing for more informed.
I think they should have to put sugar right up front. Like, you know how, like, if you buy cigarettes, which, you know, I don't know how many people here have bought cigarettes or not, but like when you buy a box of cigarettes, there's like the fucking skull and crossbones on the front. It says, if you consume this, you will die, blah, blah, blah. Like, I think they should have to put like a large fucking sticker or icon on the front of on the front of like the product that says, here's how much sugar is in this. And here is what your daily recommended amount is. And then I think that would be a good way to also help. Because a lot of people don't even realize how much fucking sugar they're consuming. And they would choose not to anyway. It's a pack. I'm sorry, Ricardo. I'm not really a big smoker myself. I've got high 6 figures in tobacco stocks, but or not 6 figures, 5 figures, but yeah, I've never actually bought cigarettes.
Choices about intake. And of course, these new labeling efforts have prompted industry commenting, lobbying, and legal administrative pushback around the phrasing, thresholds, and timelines. So although this regulation was passed in 2016, added sugar labels only became mandatory for large food manufacturers in 2020 and small manufacturers until 2021. And so unfortunately, at this point, the science is still unclear as to whether or not these labels have made or will make any significant measurable impact on sugar awareness or on intake or consumption. Some studies say yes, some studies say no. However, I have to say the designer in me appreciates this fact. Visual design and graphic communication.
Which company? Philip Morris, Altria, and BTI.
Of those nutritional values, including added sugar, does impact consumption and purchasing trends. In fact, a systematic review of 36 different studies concluded that simplified and easy to understand front of package labels such as the Nutri-Score and traffic light labeling are effective and may guide healthier food choices. So what is this exactly? Well, if you're from one of these Western European nations, you have certainly seen this before. Developed by the French Public Health Agency, it assigns a score based on favorable nutrients like fiber and protein, and unfavorable ones like saturated fats, sugar, and salt, with dark green indicating a higher nutritional quality and red indicating a lower quality. The system uses an algorithm to calculate an overall score, which is then translated into the color and letter, and it is designed to simplify dietary choices for consumers. And as a disclaimer, this system is not perfect, and there are well-founded criticisms of it. Namely, that because we're using the same score for all products, you inherently have an overly simplistic algorithm that penalizes naturally healthy foods like nuts and olive oil for high fat or calorie content, or just simply a lack of consideration for essential nutrients like vitamins and minerals, which is fair. But I can't speak for everyone, but I would wager that most of us go to the grocery store with a general idea of what we want to buy. We just might not have made a decision about the brand or the flavor yet. Now, probably, although I can be wrong, so please correct me in the comment section if you disagree. But most of us aren't using the Nutri-Score to shop from scratch. We go into the grocery store with a rough shopping list already in mind. Like, I know I want Greek yogurt for breakfast, but I don't know which brand.
Not a good
I know my kids like
investment.
cereal for
I've done very well on my tobacco stocks. I don't know about that.
breakfast, but there's some flexibility on which box I buy. And so if you're a consumer who's standing in front of the frozen food section, for instance, and you're trying to decide between two somewhat similar pizzas, the
They're
Nutri-Score is a
great.
helpful tool to compare
They're great dividend stocks.
products and understand with relative visual ease the difference in nutritional values, especially sugar, fat, and caloric content. So as a recap, yeah, many US packaged foods are sweeter than in the United Kingdom and the EU. Part of this is consumer preference, but it is significantly impacted by
Yeah, like on Altria, I'm up 38%. So, and then BTI, I'm up 58%. And Philip Morris, I'm up about 40-something percent. 40 point whatever, it doesn't matter. But yeah. I've done pretty well on them. Plus, they pay out the ass when it comes to dividends as well, too.
fundamental differences in policy and less fiscal pressure
I
in the
locked in all my dividends at like 8 to 10% on all of them.
United States. So what can you do? Well, policymakers can nudge recipes via taxes, mandatory front-of-pack labeling, and targeted reduction programs. And consumers like you can vote with your wallet and demand clearer labels. And data shows us that where taxes or front-of-pack labels exist, we see faster reformulation. The manufacturers do have other recipes. We just have to create the regulatory environment which prioritizes public health. But let me know your thoughts down below in the comment section. Which of these tools do you think would be the most successful to implement meaningful change in sugar consumption where you live? And if you enjoyed what you saw today, be sure to give this video a thumbs up. And for more content from Type Ashton, hit that subscribe button and notification bell. So I'll see you next time. Cheers!
Juice.
Chew, 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 chew.
They're poor investments. I don't agree with it. I've done very well on them. I've had them for like 4 or 5 years now. So. Yeah, they're called sin stocks is the term. Sin stocks. And they never actually ever go out of business. They just make a shitload of money basically forever. Because no matter what the economic conditions are, people are still going to be addicted to smoking cigarettes or their vapes or whatever else. Look into the crash? Yeah, but they still pay out. That's the thing. I'm not really concerned about the price. I'm more so concerned about the dividend payments. If anything, if the price crashes, I'll just buy more to lock in the high dividend rate again. Nah, I haven't played any of the Trails games. They turn quick. That's okay. They still make money. So, they're still highly profitable. The thing is especially during economic downturns, people actually turn to shit like smoking and drinking and gambling because they're down or they're idle and they can't work. So they just, you know, pick up a vice or enjoy it further. As a kid, I would find and collect the packs of cigarettes. Yeah, I don't know. I've never smoked. I probably never will. Alright, I think I'm going to go ahead and hop off. I'm tired, man. I feel like I'm just fading in and out. I've been awake for like 40-something hours at this point. Like, I don't even know how long, dude. Shit's brutal. But anyway, yeah, I'm probably going to go sleep for like an hour or two. Yeah, I've been awake basically for just about 46 hours, so yeah. I gotta take like a nap or something. I'm like dozing in and out sitting here, so yeah. Anyway, guys, have a wonderful Wednesday. And yeah, I guess I'll talk to everybody later. Peace out, guys.